Welcome to the countdown. While you wait for the show to begin, try to relax, grab a drink, sit down, and just enjoy the music.
Yeah. Ooh, whoa.
Don't Christina it out.
Okay.
A little bit of land goes a long, long way. If you believe fracking is okay, a little bit of land goes a long, long way. Sign the lease, bring the rigs today. Everybody say money, love, money, 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 more money, money, more money, money.
And we are live. Welcome everyone to part 2 of reading the Drag Race contract. And yeah, we're going to continue reading that. Now, before we begin, I hope you all had a nice week, and let's greet everybody in the chat. We have They Call Him Spade, Johnny Boy Toy, Lisbeth, Nora, Laura, Andrea, Beatrice, Delta Schlin, Xavier, Melanie, Karina, Jackna, Amateur Season, Caleb, Jennifer, Antonina, Allison, and everybody else that just joined right now. So, what are we going to do tonight? Tonight we're going to finish reading the Drag Race contract. I hope we could have had all done last week, but this thing is like, it's a kilometer long, and it's written so badly that every half a second you need to actually stop and explain what's happening, because otherwise nobody will be understanding what the hell is in this contract. Of course, we can always go with the TLDR, which means if you sign this, you are fucked. Now, let's get a little bit of liquid energy. And we have Carla. Welcome, our resident biologist. Do you guys need a TLDR from last stream? Let me know, because we can take 5 minutes to go through all the bullshit that was in the part 1 of the contract, aka pages 1 to 9 of the 52 pages contract. Fortunately for you, the real contract is only 26 pages long. The rest is all appendixes and not appendixes. How is it called? What's the name of it? Let me check. My English is betraying me tonight. Exhibits. They are called exhibits. Okay. Now, while we do a little bit of a TLDR, I will pop up the disclaimer, because sure as fuck I'm not going to read this thing again. It's a kilometer long, so I can do it the same way that big companies do it, for a very short time and in tiny, tiny, tiny writings. Somehow this feels right. Now, last time we talked about a couple of very interesting facts. Number one, there is not one exclusivity period, but there are actually 3. One is for when you are not even cast yet on the program. The second one lasts until 1 year after the last episode of the program actually aired. And the third one lasts for 2 years after the last episode of the series of Drag Race actually aired. So it's 3 of them, not just one. And they all imply different things. One of the most important one is that you don't have the right to choose a manager for yourself until the end of the second exclusivity period. And they cannot give you authorization to choose another manager even if they wanted to. You have to go to World of Wonder, which raises the question, what if they don't want to be your manager for some reason? What if they mismanage you for some reason? What the hell are you supposed to do? You're supposed to go through arbitration, which might take months. By that time, basically, you lost all your gigs. You know, your hot moment in the spotlight is basically gone, and good luck recouping those losses with this kind of contract. Another thing that we talked about is that everything that you do will be recorded. They are not forced to tell you if there are cameras, for example, in your hotel room. If there are microphones in your hotel room, they have the right to put it there and collect material. And material is a defined word in the contract. It's not just some random definition out there. Material is anything that they collect during your participation concerning your casting, and anything else that is defined under additional materials. And they can basically do whatever they want with those materials, which means, as we did an example last time, as long as it's something connected to the project, connected to Drag Race, they can do whatever they want. So if tomorrow a site pops up that goes something like behind the curtains of RuPaul's Drag Race, where you basically see queens relieving themselves in their hotel room, well, yes, they can make money on that, and you cannot do anything. Sorry. You cannot do anything. You have to go along with it, which I don't know. In a way, it would be interesting, but you know, it's not so nice for the queens. What else was on last episode? What did we go through? No, management release we did. Medical release. That's the last thing that we talked about in the last stream. You have to give up all of your medical rights. Well, except for the fact that you can still decide not to be treated for any kind of illness that you might have. Because your background medical information, they will have to be released to World of Wonder. They will also decide which kind of doctor you get. They get to call whatever doctor they decide to call, which in a way sounds legit, because you know, it's not like they can always go out of their way to talk to your doctors. But for example, this is kind of problematic if you have a kind of illness that heavily relies on a long-lasting relationship with your doctor. Like for example, you need to have very specific kind of medications at very specific intervals depending on your current status, and you know, nobody knows you better than your doctor. So it's kind of, I don't know, I don't want to go out of my way to shit on World of Wonder, but you know, at least they should have some sort of flexibility in there, because you never know. You never know. Now Fantasia came to the chat. Hey Fantasia, welcome. And Coffee, welcome Coffee. Now, let's move on to the next stages of the contract and see where we are left. Grant of rights. Now, for those of you that don't know this, whenever you own something, like for example a piece of footage, there are many different rights that can be associated to this property. Like for example, the right to rent the property, the right to distribute the property, the right to make money on the property, the right to franchise the property. Like for example, you own a book, for example, and they want to make a movie on that. There is a separate set of right for those things as well. And you can imagine, when you participate on Drag Race, whatever you do for Drag Race, whatever you bring on Drag Race, whatever ideas you come with on Drag Race, you are surrendering all of the rights to World of Wonder. Most interesting, you are surrendering some rights that you cannot legally surrender in many countries in the world. But you know, it is the US. The US is a little bit different than, you know, other countries. I don't want to make some things are shitty in here as well. Every country have its highs and lows. But when it comes to this specific sets of rights, apparently in the US you can give them up. And of course, World of Wonder will take them. Happily will take them. So, grant of rights. What do we have? I hereby grant to producer and Viacom Media Network all of their respective licensee, designees, successors, and assigns each individually and collectively called assignees, perpetually and irrevocably, and for their exclusive use and employment throughout the universe. This is something that we're going to hear a lot. The following rights. So everybody has these rights, but not you. Your concern is taking it up the ass. Their concern is making money out of literally everything. So you will agree that all the results and proceeds of every kind, which means any kind of money or also any kind of clout, any kind of anything that results from your participation in this moment, from the casting until you have finished with everything that has to do with Drag Race. Oh, damn. Sorry, we have a little bit of a bang in here because we are going through a storm. So if you hear a bang, don't worry, nobody is breaking in the house. It's pressure changes because of the storm outside. So no, nobody's intruding. So you will surrender all the proceeds, including without limitation, your performance, any elements of your life story. Any element. So if they want to make a movie about your life story, like for example Trixie Mattel's documentary, if she was under contract, you will surrender them. And of course, plots, stories, characters, Little Pound Cake for example, characterization, dialogue, text, designs, graphic, titles, drawings, artwork, merchandise, digital works, songs, music, photography, videos, film, and other material, whether or not fixed or reduced to drawing or writing, which means, because usually when you need to put a copyright on something, you need something tangible. You either need a recording, you either need something in writing, but here they go above and beyond to so that you surrender the rights, even if you come up like from a moment to another saying things like, wouldn't it be amazing to have a show based, and I based on lip syncing, for example, only lip syncing, and they want to create that, you have no rights on that whatsoever, because it doesn't matter if it's something that it's a tangible thing. They will have the rights on that, which I think here would be completely illegal. You cannot claim rights on things that are not tangible, especially this kind of rights, like monetization rights. Let's be honest, it's about the coins. That's what they really want. Where are we? Hereafter created or contributed by me, which in any way relate to the project. And this in any way relate to the project, it's like a magic word, because what doesn't relate to the project if you are filming for Drag Race? Everything can be reduced to a kind of relation with it, because you are actually there, you're filming there. So who is to say that that idea that you have, you didn't actually have it by yourself? You had it because you were in that environment that pushed you to think in a certain way, that gave you suggestions to go in a certain way. So you are there. It's very difficult to prove that something is not related to the environment in which you are living for 6 to 7 weeks. It's kind of very difficult. So any of this material, whether or not, will be actually used by the producers for producing RuPaul's Drag Race. So even those things that nobody actually saw are and shall be deemed works made for hire. And this is the important word. What is the difference between work made for hire and something that comes from a subordinate relationship? Like, for example, you work for me. You are in a special category, because work made for hire, it's like I am paying you based on what you produce. Okay, I want you to produce this, and that's why I'm paying you. So you don't have guaranteed a set of rights in the US, because the fact that they use this specific wording tells me that there are different levels of working relationship in the US. But works made for hire, it's really the lowest spot, which means whatever you produce, they have the right to claim any kind of possible rights on them. Any kind of monetization, any kind of distribution rights. It's really, really everything, because they say, I paid you for making this specific thing. And since I paid you, I am done with you. Now, what you produced for me, so that is mine. Everything, even if it's something that sounds absurd, like your storyline, for example, or your personal history, or how you overcame something in your life, it becomes their property. So if they come out tomorrow and say, I want to make a movie on you, and now, in the contract, they cannot ask you to act in a movie, because the contract is very specific about a new iteration of Drag Race. But let's say that they want to. They will probably present you a new contract, but you already know that you would just be paid for acting in there. You wouldn't get anything else. Anything else. All of the other rights have been surrendered already. Fantasia said, sounds like a shot to me. Oh yes, Fantasia promised to drink every time the words throughout the universe appear on this contract. So good luck, she'll be drunk in 5 minutes. Accordingly, producer is and shall be considered the author. He should be considered the author. So if you write your lyrics, for example, you are not the author. World of Wonder is the author of that. This is something that here would be completely illegal. And at all stages of completion, the sole and exclusive owner of the material and all the rights, titles, and interests. Like they have everything. Everything is there. The material shall include without limitation. So they're just making examples. All copyrights, neighboring rights, trademark, patents, and any and all other ownership and exploitation rights in the material, now or hereafter recognized, which means any kind of right, even if they are not recognized right now, if they will be recognized tomorrow, then they will be mine. Wait a moment, because I have a lot of rain coming in, and I think it's pretty hearable. It's pretty loud, isn't it? Do you hear the rain? It's crazy. It's like a terrible night for streaming. Where are we? Material shall include... Okay, and all other ownership and exploitation rights in the material, now or hereafter recognized, in any and all territories and jurisdictions, including by way of illustration, production, reproduction, distribution, adaptation, performance, fixation, rental, and lending rights, exhibition, broadcast, and all other rights of communication to the public, and the right to exploit the material throughout the universe, Fantasia you have to drink, in perpetuity in all media, markets, languages, in any manner known or hereafter developed or devised. Now that we had this mouthful, let's just compress it to a single sentence. They own everything, you own nothing. So prep your bottom and be ready to take it up the ass, because you will get nothing. Not even the recognition to say, you know, okay, I'm not making any money on this. I don't have any saying on whatever you do with this, but at least can I have my fucking name on it as the author? No. No, you cannot have that. You cannot have that. Everything is theirs, nothing is yours. Now, and this is another important thing, because they go on and say, if under any applicable law, the fact that the material is a work made for hire is not effective to place authorship and ownership in the producers of the project, then to the fullest extent allowable, then all the rights will have to be applied to the fullest extent allowable and for the full term of protection, otherwise accorded to me under applicable law. So I hereby assign and transfer to the producer the rights in connection to the project and blah blah blah. What does this sentence mean? It means that if for any reason, because maybe you are from another country, like for example, let's say that you are a foreigner Okay, and in your country you cannot surrender the right of authorship, like in my country, for example. That is something that you, by law, you cannot surrender it. Of course, you could sign paper saying you surrender it, but no court will ever recognize that as valid. You just cannot do that. So in here, what they are saying is exactly this. If for any reason you cannot give up any kind of those rights, then the wording of the contract changes, and all of the rights recognized to the producers will be the maximum allowed under the law that applies to you. Okay, so if your law, for example, says you can give up anything but not authorship, then you will give up everything but not authorship. This is really nice, isn't it? It's yeah, we like it. From the chat, Luna says, we can't hear the rain, so, oh, that's great. That's great, because it's bombarding my ears. But apparently, the noise suppression function in the software of the microphone is doing its job. And that's great. Thumbs up. Thumbs up. Section B. Producers shall have the sole and exclusive right to use, develop, market, sell, manufacture, exhibit, distribute, netcast, broadcast, license, and otherwise exploit the materials, the rights, and the project. You know, we could read. I don't think I'm going to read all of this, because the TLDR, it's always the same. They are repeating the same thing over and over and over again. It's all theirs, and you should shut the fuck up. All revenues, receipts, consideration, or other benefits derived by producer or any assignee from the use, exhibition, and anything regarding the material shall be the sole exclusive property of producer, of course. Clause C. I hereby grant producers the right, and this is extremely important, the right to change, add to, take from, translate, reform, or reprocess the material in any manner. Why is this so important? Because then again, like the right of authorship, you have another right that I cannot recall the name right now, but it falls under the same umbrella, which means that you cannot modify, because this is considered work of art. Your performance is considered a work of art. So based on that, many legislation forbid anybody to change significantly your work of art. For example, you are a sweetheart, they make you look like a complete bitch. They couldn't do this. Like, for example, in the UK, this clause, I haven't checked the contract, but I have checked the BBC guideline, they cannot do things like this. They cannot, for example, teleport you from different episodes so that you could say whatever is convenient to the plot. They cannot misrepresent you. And the same applies here. Like, for example, let's say that I would take a well-known book like The Lord of the Rings, for example, and then I start cutting out back and forth everything that I want from that book until finally what's left resembles like a manifesto for white supremacists, and say, oh, Tolkien was a white supremacist. You cannot do that. That's why you cannot change the integrity of the material itself. But apparently you can do this kind of shit in the US, and in here you are surrendering exactly this right. And that is why a big part of the chop is to try to reconstruct things to their original form and show you who has been teleported, where, and to say what, and to whom. Because we need to have that kind of conversation. We need to, in a way, give people back their integrity, especially when they are used as puppets, so that they can say whatever you want them to say, and whenever you want them to say that, and to whoever you want them to. And this is exactly the kind of right that you are surrendering in here. Now, to the full extent allowable under any applicable law, I hereby irrevocably waive or assign to producer the benefits of any provisions of law known as droit moral or moral rights, which are the things that I just described to you. And then again, in many countries, these are inalienable rights. You cannot give them up. But it looks, and this, you see, this is something I have to extend the word in favor of, I know it sounds incredible, but I have to extend the word in favor of World of Wonder, because they are just taking advantage of something that's already there. The fact that droid moral and moral rights are not inalienable rights in the US, it's not World of Wonder's fault. It's the fault of your how is it called, law system. What's the, oh my god, I'm missing words tonight. Let me have a little bit of liquid energy, it'll help. System of rights, however we want to call them. Legal system, Luna, thank you. It's a problem of your legal system. You should have these rights recognized, because they are merely exploiting something that it's already there. And you also have to, you know, I try to be as objective as I can. So I would say, if your job, if the person who wrote this contract was to, oh damn, was to try to make, are you done? Thank you. Thank you. The sky is falling. If their job was to put the knife in the end of World of Wonder, they did their job perfectly, because they exploited basically a hole in your legal system, in your legislation. So, you know, that there is this. I mean, we can demonize World of Wonder as much as we can, but in a way, they can do the shit they can do because the legal system was not really doing its job, or at least come up to par to many other countries in the world. You know, there are countries that you would never expect, like countries that are considered of the third world, in which droid moral and moral rights cannot be given. But so what the fuck, you ask? Come on, do your job. And of course we have this clause at the end as well, that if they cannot take your moral rights, then they should be allowed to take as much as the law allows them to take. So accordingly, if any under applicable law, the above waiver or assignment by me of moral rights or droid moral is not effective, then I agree to exercise such rights in a manner that recognizes the contribution of and will not have a material adverse effect upon such other parties. So, I actually made a mistake. This was the clause before. If you cannot give away the right of having your name on your product, the authorship, okay, saying, okay, I made this, then you agree, then you will always add World of Wonder as the co-author. This is what they are basically saying. So even if you, for example, wrote the lyrics for something, it's something that you done by yourself, or created a character, like Little Pumpkin, for example. What was it? Little Pumpkin? Oh my god, I'm having a stroke. Little Pound Cake. Oh my god, I'm too hungry. Like Little Pound Cake, for example. That's something that Alaska came up with. Nobody else came out with it. It was Alaska and Linecia Sparks. World of Wonder, under this contract, would be the co-owner and co-author of Little Pumpkin. Oh my god, tonight. Why didn't I have a proper dinner? Little Pound Cake. There we go. Dixie, welcome to the live stream, Dixie. This is part 2. So we are already at page 10 already. Well, now, clause number D. Producers shall have the perpetual, irrevocable, and exclusive right to use and authorize others to use my likeness in connection with the project, the material, and or the rights and for advertisement, publicity, marketing, promotional, and commercials tie-in, and or any other motion picture, remember Trixie's movie, or other works based upon or related to the project, as well as in or in connection with promotional material with Viacom Media Network, its affiliates, sponsor, you know, that long list that Bassi showed on her video. You are sharing it with everyone. So from an authorship point of view, you're basically a whore. You know, you're giving it away to everyone, but you're not getting paid for it. So I guess technically you would be a slut. I acknowledge that producers may depict or portray my likeness and or my life story either accurately or with such liberties and modifications as producers determines necessary in its sole discretion for the purposes of fictionalization. They're going to take your life story and fictionalize it. And they can portray it with a high level of fidelity, or they can take any fucking liberty that they want with it. Isn't that incredible? My God, this should be so illegal. This should be illegal. How can you? This should be like a human right thing, you know? Like it should be on the charts of basic human rights. Nobody can strip you away of your life story and start changing the way you became the person that you are today. This is terrible. This is just terrible. So not only they have the rights to, sell everything, make money out of everything, but they can also distort it as much as they want. And you cannot say anything because everything is at their sole discretion, which of course opens the question. Okay, I get it that you are a business. Okay, so your objective is to make money. Granted, okay, but what if I have some kind of personal problem with any of those people who holds these rights? What if, maybe I misstepped, maybe I said things that I shouldn't have said, maybe I made a mistake, and then somebody says, okay, listen, I don't like you, and I'd like to fuck you up, just because I don't like you. So, based on this contract, they can do exactly that. Which reminds me of Jeremy, the artist formerly known as Fifi O'Hara, especially during her run on All Stars 2. It took many years for different queens to come forward and say, yes, but this other thing happened, and this didn't really happen like this. I remember Roxy was very vocal of the way they portrayed her. It's it's sad. Let's say it like this. It's really sad. Let's move to clause number E. I further grant to assignee the right to use in and all media now known or hereafter devised. So even any future media that it's not there yet. They say this because like 30 years ago, nobody would have even guessed the importance of the internet and all the different social media and all the different video platforming and the incredible business opportunities that are on the internet today. So this clause is there for this exact reason. If any new technology comes out tomorrow and this technology can be used for entertainment and of course for making a business out of entertainment, they want those rights as well. The last thing that they want is finding out, like in 3 years, that a new technology comes out, then the internet disappears because nobody gives a shit of the internet anymore, and they don't have their rights there. Okay, so this clause is here for this exact purpose. So, where are we? Throughout the right to use through all media now known or hereafter devised throughout the universe, Fantasia, in perpetuity, Any and all information and or material, including the additional materials, I supply in connection with the project or otherwise include any and all other information producer has received from other sources about or concerning me. So you, apart from all the rights that you already granted, you are also granting them the rights of all the information that comes from third parties, which I cannot even picture it. How would it work? How would this work? Like, imagine you have a third person coming out saying, I don't know, a personal story, like, oh yes, a person X was bullied in 7th grade, and this happened, and they want to portray it because they're making a movie about you. How did they actually acquire the rights from this third person based on a contract that you signed? Maybe what they're saying is, even if this comes from a third person, you have no saying in that as well. Then, when it comes to the third person, it will be my business to acquire the right from him. Maybe this is the meaning of this, which is crazy, of course. But of course, this whole contract is crazy. Clause F. In connection with producers' use of musical composition, I grant producers a free, non-exclusive synchronization license in the music publishing rights of each such composition for the purpose of using the composition within the project and with respect to producers' distribution thereof and ancillary uses thereof. So, if you produce any kind of music, not only you have the rights of synchronization, which I have no idea what they mean, but if I have to assume, based on the contract, it means that they get everything, they can also use it in connection to other projects. Like, for example, advertising, marketing, publicity, or promotion of the project in any and all media now known or hereafter devised throughout the universe in perpetuity, Fantasia. In addition, I will use reasonable, good faith effort to assist producer in obtaining a free, non-exclusive synchronization license from each co-writer of each composition, which means not only you are fucked, but you have to use reasonable and good faith to fuck whoever worked with you as well. And don't you love this kind of things? This is amazing. And this we have a whole section dedicated to this music rights, which I don't understand, so I cannot really comment on this. Suffice it to say that whatever is written in this section here ends with in any and all media now known or hereafter devised throughout the universe in perpetuity. You know what to do, Fantasia. Clause G. Notwithstanding anything to the contrary contained herein, and this is legalese. This is legalese. This sentence mean, even though in this section G, I'm going to say something that contradicts whatever I said before, this is a special exception. Whatever I said before still stands. Isn't legalese beautiful? So, if I or others shall perform or display any original music, writings, photography, still or moving, artwork or other materials created by me but not specifically in connection with the project, then you have the non-exclusive right to continue to use such materials in all media forever. What does it mean? It means if I bring a picture of me as a kid, that picture was taken by my family, it belongs to us, but you bring it to Drag Race, then you can still have the rights in all media forever for that. Thank you, World of Wonder. And that I shall own the underlying copyright in my original materials, subject to assignee's rights to exploit such materials in and in connection with the project in any and all media now known or hereafter devised throughout the universe in perpetuity, which means you own the copyright on that, but they own the rights to monetize it and exploit it, because that's the meaning of the word exploit, in connection to the project. Isn't life fantastic? Isn't life fantastic? Fantasia, a tip to skip to the next 3. Fantasia's already off drunk, but thank you. Number H, without limiting any of the foregoing, I acknowledge and agree that the rights include the right of assignee to use any portion or excerpt of the materials in any and all media now known or hereafter devised throughout the universe in perpetuity, whether or not in connection with the project. And this is the important part, whether or not in connection with the project. So despite everything that they said before, despite all the clauses in which they said, oh, it has to be in connection with the project, it has to do with the project, it's doing during filming for the project, in here they explicitly state, even if it's not in connection with the project, you lose those rights. And this is the important part, because this is the unreasonable part for me, because if it concerns Drag Race, after all, you are auditioning and competing on Drag Race, then it's one thing. But you know, it's like, and we're going to see it later on with the next clauses, when you give away your likeness, which means your face, for example, what they can do, since we have this clause that says even if it's not in connection with the project, it means that if they want to sponsor something and they want to make you look like you are endorsing that something, they can slap your face in there and make you look like you are actually endorsing it. And we're going to see a little bit more in detail this clause later on, because there are some interesting things going on with it. Let's move on to number I. Without limiting any of the foregoing, of course, every time they say without limiting any of the foregoing, what they are saying is, and also I add this. So I acknowledge and agree that the rights include the right of producer and assignees to use my likeness in and in connection with and for the purpose of offering for sale of products, goods, and services, as well as the exercise of any and all other merchandising rights of any kind. This is the very important part. This is what the clause before was introduce you to. So they can use your face in order to advertise. Now, when they say merchandising rights, they also have the right to create merch based on you. But let's also be realistic for a moment. This is a right that they are not yet using, because as far as we know, all of the queens were able to produce their own merch. They were able to make money on their own merch. But if this contract was 100% applied, then they couldn't do it. All of their merch would be exclusively produced and would belong to World of Wonder. They could probably produce other merch that has like nothing to do with Drag Race, so with new pictures, new looks that never appeared on Drag Race. You know, it has to be something that has nothing to do with what you did on Drag Race, and you could still do it. But they can do it as well, like using, I don't know, for example, when Denali had her lip sync with Kimora. She was wearing this incredible dress made with ostrich feathers. It was beautiful. So if they want to create merch with that dress, like, I don't know, maybe an image of the segment of the lip sync, they can do it. They can do it and they can profit on that. But remember, for the way this contract is written, like the fact that they can call you back for up to 5 times, and they have 4 years each time to call you back. It looks like this contract was written in a way so that tomorrow, not knowing what will happen in 3 and 5 years, if they want to start doing a set of things, they can do them immediately. They don't have to sign a new contract. They don't have to come to you and give you something so that you sign away some rights, because you already did. And this is, this is the real shady part of this contract, that even though they are not applying many rights that they acquire by contract, nobody is telling you that they will start applying them in 3 years, in 5 years, in 10 years. This is how sneaky this thing really is, because think about it for a moment. You are auditioning for this program, okay? So you have talked with other queens, maybe queens that have already been on, and they tell you things like, don't worry, you can use your social media, nobody is checking upon you, you can make your merch, you can still do some things, and you think, well, okay, you know what, it's a great opportunity, I'll just sign it. And then in 3 years, let's say that World of Wonder decides to start producing queen merchandise. So they open an online shop, they are very well organized, they are a big companies, they are on time, they have a production line set in place, which means they will make a higher margin of profits compared to what you will earn, for example, if you get your stuff from Teespring, for example, where you get like 20-30% of profit. They could get much more. They could do it. They could actually do it. And you will have to suck it up. You will have to suck it up. Clause number J. In addition, you don't tell me. You don't tell me. In addition, I hereby grant to producers the irrevocable and perpetual right and license, of course, throughout the universe in any on all medias now known or hereafter devised in any language, to use and or license my likeness. Which means not only you are trusting them with your likeness, they can trust whoever they want with your likeness. Oh my God, for the purpose and in connection with the sale of certain third-party products. Can you imagine if they come out tomorrow like a dildo made in the image of Rosé? They will call it Roseldo. They can do it. They can do it. Buy a Roseldo today. And they call it third-party merchandise. And of course, it's not about creating third-party products. It's also about merchandising. So let's continue. Oh my God, this is crazy. This is crazy. Oh my God. So, third-party products, they can merchandise with your image. Now, the grant contained in section 4 is limited to the use of my likeness only in connection with the sale of third-party merchandise on an seen on or similar type website distribution platform. No. This is not the interesting part. The interesting part is down here. I acknowledge that the use of my likeness permitted pursuant to this section 4I shall not constitute a direct or indirect endorsement by me of the third-party merchandise. Okay? So they are saying the fact that they are putting your face on something doesn't mean that you are endorsing it in a direct or indirect way. So, based on this, producer may, emphasis on the word may, at its election, so if they want to, display the words "no endorsement implied." So if they create a Rosildo with the face of Rosé, and you see this beautiful diamond encrusted dildo, which I have no idea how you would ever use it if it's full of diamonds in there, they can make you a favor, so they will, tag somewhere saying "no endorsement implied," or a similar statement. And they can put it, and this is the interesting part, on a section of the site on which my likeness appears. Placement and size to be determined by producers at its sole discretion. So if they want to write it like half a millimeter big, they can do it. And they can place it wherever they want to. So imagine if you have this long page with this beautiful Rosildo and all of these pictures of Rosé, maybe some even Photoshop to make her look like she's actually using it, because don't forget the right of modifications that we talked before. They can do it. And then at the very, very bottom of this page, maybe, in a section next to the things that nobody really reads, they can write, very small, no endorsement implied, and that's it. And that's it. But, and this is the other interesting part, provided no failure to do so shall constitute a breach of this agreement by producers, which means if they forget to put it there for some reason, they are not in breach of this agreement. What's nice about this contract is that if you don't do what they're saying, you are in breach. But in here, they inserted a clause saying, well, if I don't do what I'm promising to do, then I'm not in breach of this agreement anyway. I just give it a pass. I don't know if this would ever fly in a court. I have no idea. If producer determines in its sole good faith jump, yes, of course, we know that you can do whatever the fuck you want, that the appearance of any good or services in the material will affect the integrity or authenticity of the project. So, if for some reason they think that anything related to the project that becomes materials, so basically everything, will affect the integrity or authenticity of the project. Okay? What does it mean, integrity or authenticity of the project? I mean, when you teleport Queen in Times, what kind of authenticity are we talking about? Because clearly we're not talking about the authenticity of representing a sequence of facts following a strict timeline with very, very high fidelity to what happened in real life, Are we talking about that kind of authenticity? What does it mean, authenticity? It means nothing. So what it basically means is that if for any reason they decide that something shouldn't fly, then you agree to adjust your use of such goods or service accordingly during production of the project. Do you see my point? Do you remember last stream I told you this contract is really confusing because it looks like they put things where they don't really belong for some reasons whatsoever. We jumped from this section in which we were talking about having your face on the Rosildo webpage, and now we jump to this other section down here. That's great. By the way, that's not my name. That's an homage to Star Trek, just in case. Then we jump to this section, which basically refers to them telling you what you can use on the project. And this clause can be applied to anything. Like, for example, let's say that you brought a dress, a specific dress or a character for the Snatch game, and they say, well, you shouldn't use that thing because that's not very authentic with the project. Then you shall not use that thing. Because producer, in its sole and absolute discretion, shall determine what arrangements with respect to third-party merchandise, if any, producers shall enter to. Did I fuck it up? Because I don't know what this means. We were talking about what happens during the merchandise. What the fuck did I lose? Am I falling asleep already? Yeah, I don't understand this. Producer, in its sole and absolute discretion, shall determine what arrangement with respect to shall enter to. Oh, this sentence is basically saying you don't have a saying in which kind of endorsement which kind of arrangement they will have whenever they relate to third-party merchandise. You have no saying. It's all of their saying. How does this relate to the sentence before? I have no idea. I don't understand it. I'm not. If I was a lawyer, maybe I could understand it, but so many things in this contract don't make sense. Now, without limiting the foregoing and any of all terms, blah, 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 what's the end of the sentence? Any arrangements, including producers' payments, shall be determined by producers in its sole and absolute discretion. Okay, whatever was there before, you have no saying on that. Moving on to the next one. Oh my god. I am sweating so much already. Because now we are going to talk about what you get. And I don't want to spend so much time on this section because this is something that Bassi already talked about in her video. So this is something that you already know. What does it mean? It means that if you're not in breach of the agreement, you will be paid for something. What will you be paid for? Well, producer will pay you based on a cycle-by-cycle basis, like Bassi said. Whenever in different cycles you get paid different amounts, and you get paid 50% upon completion of principal photography of the last episode on your cycle, and 50% upon delivery to producer of the final episode of the final version of the last episode produced. So half when you're basically done filming, and half of it when the last episode actually aired. And of course, you will be paid only if you have not been eliminated. This next part in the contract, all of this part here, is basically telling you for what you will not get paid, because they could have simply said, if you have not been eliminated, you will be paid. Otherwise, you will not be, because they go through great lengths to actually define that. So they say you will get $500 per episodes with a 5% cumulative, thank you, for every subsequent episodes in any subsequent cycles. Now, for regular episode, and this is the thing I was telling you before, they mean the final television version of a regular series episode, an episode in which you have not been eliminated. So, if, for example, you appear in a best-of, in a reunion, in a compilation, in a cram session, in a special, or any other kind of programs that it's related to the series, then you don't qualify for payment. You basically have not to be eliminated, which makes sense, but also remember a notable exception, because our dear Brock Ally was not part of a best-of, was not part of, a compilation, was not part on any of that. So Dahlia actually made every time she appeared, she actually made the episode. She actually made it, so she got paid for that, which is good. Think that Dahlia Sin for season 12 was paid way more than Rock and Sakura, for example. Now, additional series material. That's the things that we went in circle to find out what they were last time. So, of course, you agree to participate in the production of additional serious material as defined in Section 2F. Do you remember when we went last time? There was a clause saying additional serious material is defined in Section 5 something. Then you go to Section 5 something and says, no, it's defined in Section 2F. So you have to go back up and to find out the definition of additional serious material. This is crazy, because in any other normal contract you have all the definitions in the beginning. No, in here they are split. They are, a little bit here, a little bit there. You have to chase them around. It's like an Easter egg hunt. So you agree to participate, of course, in the additional serious material. And if such participation is not concurrent or consecutive to the production period of the program, then you shall be paid $250 per day. What does it mean if it's not concurrent? Well, it refers to production periods. Like, for example, let's assume that you have been eliminated first, okay? So basically, it's not even the end of week 1 of filming and you're already done. But let's assume that in 5 weeks they are lacking some sort of material. Maybe they want some more confessionals, maybe they want to refilm something, and you would think, I will get paid for that because I already went home. No, because the production period is still on. And of course, since production period it's also not very well defined in this contract, I would expect them to include post-production as a production period, which means story producing, which means editing, which means those 3, 4, 5, 6 months in which you do the actual job for creating the series. Because, filming is like 10% of the job. 90% of it is post-production. So I don't know if anyone has ever been paid for additional serious material, because when you have production periods that are this long, it's almost impossible to happen to be requested to appear in something that it's not during a production period. This is what I wanted to say. Now, where are we? Okay, here we are. I shall not receive any additional compensation for any additional serious material provided during the production periods. This is what I was saying before. With such a broad definition of production periods, they don't go in this contract saying production period is a period of time that starts at this point and ends at this point. They don't do it. Which, of course, like everything that it's not very well defined in a contract, means two things. Means that if you have a very naive person on the other side of this contract, you can represent any kind of poorly defined definition, sorry for the play on words, in whatever way you want. So you could for example, you have a very young queen that doesn't really understand contracts, that doesn't really want to understand contract, and you said, yes, listen, you signed until production periods, and we are still in post-production. This is production period. We don't own you anything. Probably the other person will say, oh, well, okay, it's whatever it is. On the bright side, if it's not very well defined, then you can challenge it legally. Of course, you cannot go in court with this contract. You will have to go through arbitration. And as we're going to see later on, everything that goes in arbitration is sealed, which means you won't know of it. Nothing at all. Probably the only thing that you will know is that those parties have gone into arbitration. Nothing else. What it is, what was the decision, what kind of testimonies came forward, nothing. Zero, nada. Now, in the event producer elects me to have me render services in connection with a blog, and by blog they also mean as defined way before, your Instagram for example, then I agree to be engaged by producers to render such services, and shall I be paid a flat one-time all-inclusive payment of $250 per cycle. Per cycle. So if they tell you, for example, go on your YouTube and make every time an episode comes off, make a review about it for every episode. I will give you $250, and that's it. That goes under blog compensation, which is funny that they use the word blog, because blog refers to something completely different, but in here it has a very specific meaning. Now, if your participation in the production of additional serious material other than blog is concurrent or consecutive to production periods, you shall not receive a separate payment. Okay? And this is another interesting part. Not only they do not define the production period, but they also tell you it doesn't have to be in the production period. If it happens consecutively, so after the production period, immediately after, he will not be paid as well. And I'm like, what the fuck? They are really giving them peanuts. Peanuts. Because when you get $500 per it was $500, right? Am I not mistaken? Yes. When you get $500 per episode, and you have RuPaul that allegedly gets 100,000 or 150,000, because we are in that range, plus all the other royalties that comes in from the fact that she is also a producer on the show, from the fact that she probably still owns the right on her name, so she probably receives royalties on that as well. They get paid $500 per episode, and if they need additional materials and production already wrapped up, they still don't get paid. Not even those fucking $500. This is like, I don't want to use that word, but this is taking complete advantage of people that wants to participate on the show to a level that you don't even need to, because for World of Wonder, you know, $500 to come for one day, like it happened with Rosé, you know, that she had to record so many confessionals after the season already wrapped up, okay? And so what happened? She probably sat there. She always had the same hairstyle, like down to the single hair. It was always in the same position. So you know that she recorded that in a long session. She basically came back for a day. Could you give them $500 fucking dollars? Because to make a comparison, it's like saying, could you give me 1 cent? Well, it theoretically would be 1/100th of a cent, you know, and you would be like, sure, I don't give a shit, here, take a cent, you're coming back for a whole day of work, I can give you a cent, can't I? This is a company that literally makes hundreds of millions of dollars every year. Don't you have $500 fucking dollars for making them coming back to record your additional material? Of course, no. No, the answer is no. From the chat, Felicia, hello, welcome. And Fantasia, it seems like if you get kicked off of the show early and get mad and walk off, you get invited back for whatever. Gin Lemon will be back. I don't know about that, but by contract, if you do anything like that, you are not eligible for any kind of payment whatsoever. Nothing. And if you want anything, you will have to give it back. Since we're talking about working for free. Now, expenses and foregone opportunities. I understand and agree that except as expressly stated in here, or as provided by producers in producer sole discretion, I shall be responsible for all expenses that I incur in connection with my participation in the project. which means anything. You spend $80,000, $50,000, $20,000 for your outfits, you will pay by yourself. And considering the amount of money that they are making on Drag Race, this is the part that really makes me angry. Considering the amount of money that they are making, they still don't give them anything to buy their fucking clothes. Nothing. You have to pay for everything by yourself. And I can assure you, there are horror stories out there of queens who maxed out their credit cards, who asked for loans. Statistically, for a pure matter of statistic, I am reasonably sure that someone must have put a mortgage on their house in order to go on Drag Race, because you don't magically appear to get $30,000-$40,000 of outfits out of nowhere, especially when you have to prepare everything in a month. Imagine if you had to prepare 30 outfits in a matter of a month. I mean, with only a month, you are lucky if you spend 1 week only going through your wardrobe, see what you can adjust. You know, you use something that you already have, you know, you make a little bit of adjustment only to sort out everything that you have and say, okay, this dress could work for this runway, this other dress could work for this. But you have to put down a list and make all the modifications that you have to do to that, you know? And then you have to ask for people help. Then some people will loan their dresses. But what will usually happen is that you will have to go to a stylist who already has a chain in place, a chain of production in place. So basically you can contact them and say, okay, this is the list. In 3-5 days, 1 week, show me all of the sketches, and in 3 weeks everything has to be done. That's the only possible alternative. Or you have the House of Avalon behind you. That's the only other thing. And for all of this, you will have to pay by yourself, which is crazy. I mean, at this level, just give them $50,000. It's not difficult. And it would be completely understandable, you know. Ask them for receipts. You can go through everything, you know, because maybe there are some people that are not really honest about it, and they say, oh yes, but I spent all of this money, when they didn't really spend it, and they just try to embezzle it in a way. You know, you can do your checks, but give them a basis, give them a something, so that they don't have to do crazy things in order to participate on the show, especially if you're going to read them to filth once they get on the show. You know, most of the time they react as if they are making the dress on the spot. They are like, oh, your aesthetic changed so much in the competition. And I'm like, oh, wait a moment. They already came with those dresses. What does it mean? You know, this is such a huge part of Drag Race. Can they give them some fucking money to buy those dresses? No, you have to pay for everything. And of course, this clause continues, because we also have to talk about foregone opportunities. So, in connection with this, I acknowledge that to the extent I choose to miss any business opportunities or engagements, including any days of work with your regular employer, for the opportunity to participate in the project. And this is the important part of the sentence, for the opportunity to participate. Why are they saying this? Well, because after you applied, after you are gone through the first part of the casting process, you have to sign this contract, and a long time will pass before they tell you, okay, we are interested. Come in, let's, I don't know, make a couple more interviews, then you have to do the psychological evaluation, then you will, you know, and then they finally tell you, okay, we are taking you, this is the list of the runways, and probably, you know, the kind of lyrics that you need to write according to Denali and so on. So you are still under contract, even though they didn't even tell you you are in. There is a space, there is an amount of time in which you have not been cast yet. You don't know if you will be cast on the show, but you are already under many different obligations from this contract. You are in the first exclusivity period. And this is why they write exactly this sentence here, for the opportunity to participate. Because based on the opportunity to participate, you will lose a lot of gigs. Because, for example, you cannot have any gigs with any girl that was on Drag Race. Even if you didn't, even if it was not your intention to do something with an ex-Rugal, with a Rugal, if she just happens to perform there for some reason, you cannot do that. And of course, if this great manager, you have a big management company that for some reason is interested in representing you, so it's big money. Like for example, the Producer Entertainment Group that represents so many queens, has many connections, is very well known in the industry. So if you sign with them, you know that they will find you gigs, that you will start making money with them. So if they come to you and tell you, oh, we would like to be your manager because, I don't know, we saw you on YouTube, we saw you on Instagram, we would like you. You cannot go with them because you are under the first exclusivity period. So in this clause, you accept that you will eat the cost of that. So any opportunity that you missed because you are under the first exclusivity period, that's on you, not on them. And this is the meaning of all of this clause. So no obligation. Producer, Viacom Media Network, or any other assignee shall have any obligation to actually produce or exhibit the project, or to use or otherwise exploit the project, material, likeness, and so on. This is a completely fair clause. What they are saying is, we are paying you to participate in the project, and that's it. We do not guarantee you that the project will air on television. We do not guarantee you that we will even produce it, because if for some reason they decide tomorrow that, you know what, we are not interested in doing Drag Race anymore, or you know what, somebody came out and said, I will give you $2 billion to sell me everything concerning Drag Race. So, they can sell it, and they don't produce anything anymore. And this is a standard clause. They are paying, paying. They are putting you under contract to film and do everything related to the filming, but you get no guarantees. And even though this sounds shitty, this is also pretty normal, because understand this, they are World of Wonder and you are a nobody. You cannot have leverage on them that now they have to produce something with you. You cannot have that kind of leverage. Imagine if this clause wasn't here, what Sherry Pie could have done. Because if this clause wasn't here, she would say, I have the right to appear. I have the rights to appear in confessionals. I have the rights to be exposed on the projects. Okay? So this is why this clause is also important. So this is legit. This is I don't see any problems with it. Now, approvals. As between producer and any other assignee, on one hand, and me on the other hand, producer and assignee shall have all creative, financial, business, distribution, and other approvals and controls in connection to the project, and the right to initiate or refrain from initiating actions with respect to any and all matters related to the project. What does it mean? They can decide everything, you can decide nothing. In plain English, of course, here it's written in a way it's kind of intimidating the way it's written, but this is, the TLDR of it. They have all control of it. You have nothing. Now, other projects. Other projects. If from the effective date of this agreement, and this is, you have waited long enough for this, this is your third exclusivity period. If from the effective date of this agreement until 24 months after the initial broadcast of the last episode of RuPaul's Drag Race in which you appear, I desire to render services in connection with another television program, a motion picture, internet production, or any other audiovisual production, or in connection with any production. It's, you know what I like about this, that they say, you know, they are saying is as if for some reason you want to appear in another television program, in a motion picture, in an audiovisual production, you know, and you're starting to think, okay, so you mean in audiovisual media, basically. And then they, you know, they continue at the end and say, or in connection with any production. They could have just said it before, you know. If I want to appear in any media, and that's it. So, any production, merchandise, phono records, what is it, the 1930s? Books, games, commercials, sponsorships, endorsement, promotions or co-promotions, including licensing your name, likeness, or voice in connection with any other project as defined after, you shall give written notice to the producer. Okay, let's wrap up the meaning of this exclusivity period, okay? Number one was the exclusivity period that starts from the moment you sign the contract until the moment they tell you you are not on the show. Number two starts from the moment you sign the contract and lasts until 12 months after the last episode air. And number three starts from the moment you sign the contract and ends 24 months after your last episode actually airs. And this is interesting. If by your last episode they mean the episode in which you were eliminated, or the last episode in which you appeared in any functions, like for example the reunion, which is, you know, before the really last episode. You know, you don't know. But if you are in this time frame, then you cannot appear in anything. You cannot do anything unless you follow a very specific procedure. Okay, so for the first 12 months after the last episode here, you cannot do anything unless they tell you, I agree with it. After those 12 months have passed, for a set of other 12 months, you can do other things, but you have to go through a special set of steps. What are these steps? Well, you shall give producer a written notice of your intention. Like, for example, I want to sponsor a Rosildo, okay? So I want to put my face on it. And you are still within this 24 months, okay? It's not the first 12, but it's the second 12. So you still have the right to do it. They cannot tell you you cannot do it, but you have to go through these sets of steps, which is you need to give them a written notice. Then you will have to negotiate for them for 30 days. In good faith, mind you, in good faith. For 30 days you have to negotiate with World of Wonder. Meanwhile, you cannot negotiate with anybody else. If you cannot find an agreement in those 30 days, then you can start negotiating with somebody else to produce your Rosildo. Okay? So you come up with the idea, I want to make a Rosildo. Then you have to go to them, and for 30 days you negotiate. Okay, how do we do this? Who shall actually make the Rosildos? How much should I get paid for that? How much do we sell them from? Where do we sell them? If you don't come to an agreement in 30 days, then you can go to somebody else. And that somebody else might tell you, okay, I will give you 30% on the Rosildo. It will be produced in China. We will sell it through this website. Are you okay? Yes, I am okay. Then this third party has to write down the offer. Okay? Everything that you came up with. With that offer, you have to go back to World of Wonder, and they have the right to match the offer. So, and this is this part. You shall not enter into You shall not enter into any arrangement, understanding, or agreement with regard to the production of the Rosildo without first receiving a written and signed offer from the third party. The offers, the thing that we were talking about. So, after you have a receipt of the offer, producer has 10 business days to decide if they want to refuse or accept the offer. Okay? It's called a matching period. So, what I think happens is that they can tell you, okay, I will offer you the same exact conditions, so you will still receive 20%. Merchandise will be delivered in the way that you want. But we want to be the one who actually produce this offer for you, okay? We want to capitalize on that. We are interested. This offer is interesting. They can say, okay, then I now want to do it. So they can tell you in this matching period if they want to do it at the same conditions that you were told by those third party or not. Okay? If the producer does not exercise its right of acceptance, so once you have received your written note with everything that you came up with this third party, and still the producer is not interested in these 10 business days, which basically is 2 weeks, then and only then you can enter into an agreement with that third party. Okay? And they have 30 days. 30 days. From the moment the matching period from World of Wonder ends, they have 30 days to have everything signed up. Because if you don't, and this is in red, then producer's rights of refusal shall revive and shall apply to each and every further offer or offers received or made by me until 24 months after the initial broadcast of the last episodes in which you appear. So what they are basically saying is that if you do not conclude in those 30 days for any reason, and it could really be any reason, then you have to go through all of this process again. This is the only way in those 24 months after the last episode's air, because the last episode in which you appear is the reunion, then you will have to go through all of this process again, which is crazy because a ton of things can happen, you know? But this is pretty standard. This is pretty standard. Not 24 months, but 12 months is pretty standard. It's actually a long time, 2 years after the last episode in which you appear, because remember, all of this applies since the moment you sign. It gets a little bit better while you jump from exclusivity period to exclusivity period, like the very first periods are extremely prohibitive, and then slowly you start gaining more and more rights, but basically you have to do what they tell you to do for almost 3 years from the moment you sign the contract, which is a very, very long time. It's an extremely long time. John Young and Alethea just joined. Thank you for coming. Thank you for coming. Now, it's been an hour and a half. We are at page 15, which I should have been half an hour ago, based on what, you know. Since I was so late last time, I wrote like a wish list. Okay, by this time, I would like to be at this page, so that this doesn't last until 5 in the morning. But I didn't make it. I didn't make it. Isaac Serda, welcome. Welcome. Thank you for coming. So what I will do is, since the storm has passed, I will open the windows a little bit because I'm literally sweating in here. Have a 5 minutes pause, grab a drink, go to the toilet, do whatever you need to do, and I will see you back in 5 minutes. And we are back. We are back. Point number 9. I hope you had a nice cigarette. I hope you are relaxed. Get a nice drink. And let's continue with this piece of marvel that is the Drag Race contract. Now, part number 9, release. You acknowledge and understand that it is of the essence to this agreement, and you hereby, what does that mean? I don't know. You hereby agree on behalf of yourself, and not only yourself, also your heirs, your next of kin, your spouse, your guardians, your legal representatives, employees, executors, administrator. You agree on behalf of all of these people. Is this even legal? You know? Is this even legal? On behalf of you all, I agree to donate half of your salary to Kylie's unique love. Do you all agree? I don't care, because I agreed on your behalf. So you and all the other releasing parties agree unconditionally and irrevocably to release and forever discharge each of the other participants in the project and all the assignee, and each of them and each assignee's respective affiliate. So you are discharging everyone. You are like the president giving a pardon to everyone. You are pardoning everyone. From any and against all claims, demands, agreements, contract, actions, suits, cost, attorney's fees, damages, judgments, orders, liabilities. You are discharging them of everything. They will not be responsible for anything. And all of these things go under the definition of released claims. So, whatever kind or nature in law, equity, or otherwise, whether known or unknown, suspected or unsuspected. So it's everything. Hello, Daniel. Welcome to this depressing live stream. So you are releasing them of everything on behalf of everyone. Including, without limitations, claims for any injury, illness, damage, loss, or harm to me or my property or my death. And any and all claims, demands, damages, costs, expenses. We can go through all of this section and getting crazy reading it, but you get the gist of it. You are releasing them of everything. Everything. It's everything. And including the release claims shall include, but not be limited to, those one based on negligence. Based on negligence. If you're getting a heart attack and they fail to call an ambulance because it will ruin the shot, you cannot sue them for negligence. That's what this section is for. I don't even think this is legal. I don't think that this would hold. Seriously, how can you discharge somebody of negligence when they are responsible for your medical needs? This is crazy. This is crazy. For me, this is crazy. And of course, you also discharge any other participant on the project. Where are we? Oh, products liability, which I don't know what it means. Breach of contract, breach on any statutory or other duty of care owed under applicable law, libel, slander, defamation, false light, invasion of privacy. You are pardoning them for everything, including slander and libel. They can do whatever they want. Public disclosure of private facts. Right of publicity or personality, misappropriation, unfair competition, false advertisement, trade libel, intentional and or negligent interference with contract, or economic advantage or infliction of emotional distress. So, oh my God, you are releasing them of everything. I think that I don't want to make a comparison. I don't want to shit on the US. I admire the US for so many different things, but in this specific instance, if this is legal in there, this is shit. This is shit. How can you release for things like this? This is, oh my God, this is crazy. This infliction of emotional distress. Can you imagine if you have a stalker, then you go on the show and they bring in the stalker? That's infliction of emotional distress. But you cannot sue. You cannot claim damage. You cannot do anything. You have to go along with it. You have to go along with it. Oh, good God. Unknown facts. On behalf of yourself and all the other releasing parties, I love this section. I love this section. How can you sign release for in the name of third parties? How can you do that unless they like elect you as your representative in some way? How can you release in somebody else's name? It's like if I go to the bank, it's not exactly the same principle, but imagine that I go to the bank and open a credit card account on your name. You know, we're talking about the same thing. I'm doing something that I shouldn't be able to do, but I'm doing it. I don't know, maybe I'm reading this incorrectly. Again, I am not a lawyer, but this sounds exactly the way I'm reading it. You are releasing in the name of third parties. Well, whatever it is. So, on behalf of you and all the other parties, you acknowledge that there is a possibility that subsequent to the execution of this agreement, you or they will discover facts or incur or suffer claims which were unknown or unsuspected at the time in which this agreement was executed. So what are they saying here? They're basically saying, if whatever happens to you that was not mentioned in all this other section here, which is a long one, yeah, you are still releasing them of that as well. So you are assuming any risk of such unknown facts and such unknown and unsuspected claim. And here they make a specific reference because there is this California Civil Code which basically say that if something is unsuspected or unknown, then you have some additional privileges because those things were unknown to you. You couldn't even suspect that they existed. Okay, so if you are in this very, very specific situation, then section 1542 of the California Civil Code will give you some room to breathe. So what they are saying here in this contract is that you are waiving that as well. Did I make it clear? Did I make it understandable? Because this is really, we are really down the rabbit hole. So I hope that you understood what I'm saying in here. Because in law, there are provisions to cover your ass in case things are unsuspected or unknown. So in here, you're waiving that as well. Okay? So, moving on, this release shall constitute a full release in accordance with its terms. So you and all the other releasing parties knowingly and voluntarily waive the provisions of section 1542 as well as any other statute, law, or rule of similar effect. So even if they don't mention here, what they are saying is if you are living in another state that it's not California, and you have such provisions to cover your ass in case of unknown facts that unsuspected facts that will lead to claims, you are waiving that as well, because they're basically saying if it's similar to this, then you agree that you will give it up, which it's demoralizing, you know, because sometimes you have some special cases in law to cover your ass in extreme cases, okay? So you have a basic rule and then a very, very specific exception, because there are some very rare cases which are extremely hard on the people who are affected by this very, very rare and specific cases. So rare and specific that they decide to write an exception in law to cover those, you know, handful of people that will suffer from this and will suffer greatly from this. And you have something in law to help them. You're waiving that as well. You have to waive everything. You have to waive everything. That's plain and simple. So you acknowledge that the release provided for in this section 9 shall be in addition to any other releases, including assumption of risk, release of liability in Exhibit A of this agreement. So again, whatever you are signing for in this contract does not exclude the fact that you're signing away other things. They are not in conflict with each other. Whatever you agree to subscribe, yes. Whatever you agree upon doesn't mean that it limits any other kind of agreement that you make. So they're grabbing everything. It's like, I don't know. It's like playing Monopoly, but you are not allowed to throw the dice. Never. Now, construction. What does it mean, construction? You acknowledge and agree this agreement is intended to operate and be construed as broadly as possible under applicable law. Accordingly, to the extent applicable law would limit this Section 9 in any way or invalidate any provision that comes, such limitation shall not operate to invalidate Section 9 in its entirety. What they are saying, I'm writing this contract in order to get as much as I possibly can from it. So if it in any case it happens that because you are in a different state or because you are in a different nation, some of your laws make some parts of this contract invalid, then in that case that invalidation will only affect a very specific subsection, not the entire contract and not the entire section. Okay, this is what they are saying. And I don't think there is really any need to say this, but maybe I am losing something in law. But in here they are reiterating the same concept. If for any reason any little part of this contract gets invalidated, then you already accept that only that section will be invalid, not the entire section, subsection, or the entire contract. You see, this contract is written in a way, from how confusing and how disorganized it looks, it's also been written in a very, very smart way. So, as we said last time, this is something that we already talked about last time, especially with Fantasia and Phoenix. You would think that whoever wrote this is an idiot because it's so disorganized, it's not synthetic, it's really written badly, but it's really smart in the way everything is written down. So the only logical conclusion we came with is that it's done on purpose to confuse you. Now, I'm not saying it is, I'm saying it looks to me like that. Let's be clear on that. Now, health of other participant. You assume all the risks of interacting with any of the other participants. And there is a specific exhibit in which you waive any sort of rights related to the fact that you are interacting with other people. This, of course, is extremely relevant today because with the pandemic going on, but it was already in the contract from season 8. Which I know it's dated, but already tells you the gist of the things. What does it mean? Well, it means that for 6 weeks you are basically alone in your hotel room. So if you want to have, a little bit of fun with any other contestants and you get something because they didn't test them for that, then it's your problem. But this is understandable. I mean, it's not their duty to test people for any kind of transmitted disease so that you can have a safe fuck while filming for Drag Race. It's not their duty. This is understandable. Now, actions of other participants. Okay? Now, you acknowledge that you will be in close proximity with other people that may act unpredictably, including exhibiting physical or verbal aggression. So you assume the risk of that interaction and any kind of physical or emotional injury, which, in a way, yes, I understand. If you're fighting with someone and that someone slaps you, how can it be the fault of production? But if you think back about season 13, do you remember when Candy was asking over and over again, I want to get out. I need to remove myself from the situation because I am losing it. I want to separate myself from this person, which, in a way, it's a very mature response. Before you lose control, you try to remove yourself from the situation. If the producer says, no, you cannot go out, you need to stay inside, and then you attack someone, whose fault is it? Because you tried to remove yourself from the situation. You were forced in a situation in which you would lose control. So whose fault it is if then you injure someone? This is kind of an asshole move. Fantasia, we are on page 17. Now, public domain results. Nothing in this agreement shall ever be construed or restrict, diminish, impair the rights of any assignee to utilize freely any work, story, idea, plot, theme, sequence, characterization, blah, 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 that may be in the public domain. It's nice that they put this clause in here because public domain, they have no business in defining it. That's very well defined by law as well. I don't know why they even put this in there as if they have any kind of saying on the public domain. Fuck you. Honestly, go fuck yourself. Further documents. What other further documents are we talking about? Well, you agree to execute such further documents and instruments and do any acts or deeds as any assignee may reasonably request in order to evidence, effectuate, or enforce the term, intents, and purposes of this agreements. So you expressly agree to execute any additional release, consent, or other documents required by producer. So you irrevocably appoint assignee as your attorney, in fact, to execute and file any such documents. And you agree to execute a supplementary confidentiality agreement if requested to do so by producer. What are they saying in here? Well, when they want to do a background check, for example, okay? Let's say that you have a criminal record, but that criminal record is sealed because for some reason the judge decided that the record should be sealed. It can be something to protect you, it can be something to protect somebody else. They decided to seal it, so it's not public. Okay, in here you are agreeing to so that they could act. They get the power of attorney. If I'm interpreting this correctly, they get the power of attorney, so they can request document for you. And if something is sealed from the public but not for you, then they can get those documents as well. Okay, which It's kind of shitty, but it is how it is. It's part of a background check. In a way, I agree on this, because the last thing that I want is to have people with a particular past to ever get the opportunity to get on Drag Race. So in a way, I agree on that. What I don't agree with is that you never know what they're going to do with those kind of documents. Are they going to use them to judge you, to judge the way in which they will represent you? Are they going to use them to trigger you in some way? Are they going to do a lawful use of these documents? How can you guarantee on that? That's that's something shoddy in there. Now, confidentiality. Of course, confidentiality, this is the most known part of this contract. You agree not to disclose in perpetuity any information regarding the project. So in here it goes in great lengths defining all of the things you shouldn't reveal, but basically you shouldn't reveal anything at all, forever. Now, you do know that a lot of people spilled a lot of tea. That is because at the end of the day, if they want to enforce this contract, they will enforce it. But if they don't want to, they will not. And in a way, mind you, in a way, having people spilling a little bit of tea here and there, not too much, just enough to keep people interested, is also a very smart way of doing business. Don't forget about that, which is why I believe so many people have been allowed to say, tiny things here and there, nothing on the level of what Amisha Iman wanted to do, of course, nothing on that level, but in a way it makes sense. It makes sense. Not to mention the fact that if they would really try to fuck a queen over, it wouldn't reflect well on their image at all. Nicholas, welcome. Now, publicity and press. Of course, you also agree not to make or authorize any other person to make any statement to any media with respect to the project or assignee. Viacom. What does Viacom have to do anything with this? But just in case you would like to say that CBS All Access was a shitty streaming service, and it was, you cannot, now it's called Paramount Plus. You cannot say that. You cannot release an interview and say, yeah, but CBS All Access was kind of shitty. You cannot say that. Now, after the initial broadcast of the initial episode of the program in which you appear, you may refer incidentally to your appearance in the project as reasonably required in connection with your resume and general personal publicity. You can incidentally refer to the fact that you are on Drag Race, but it has to be incidentally. You cannot do an interview and say, oh yes, I am on Drag Race, and then I've been eliminated in episode 3, even though the season haven't already aired. You cannot do that. They give you the right to refer incidentally on the fact that you're on Drag Race. It ends there. Now, all contact with the media regarding the project or your participation in the project must be organized and sanctioned by the press officer of the producer or their representative, for them or for Viacom Media Network, which sound completely legitimate. I mean, you are scheduled to appear on Drag Race. Of course, they want good publicity. You shall not be free to go anywhere giving interviews about whatever you want, and maybe also, in a way, shining a bad light upon the production or the season. You should not be allowed to do that. And this is something that I completely understand. Now, liquidated damages. You agree that disclosure by me in violation of the foregoing shall constitute and be treated as a material breach of this agreement, which shall cause irreparable harm to assignee, assigning to seek, among other things, injunctive relief without posting on any bond to prevent and or cure any breach or threatened breach of this section by me. Does that ring a bell? Does that ring a bell to anyone? Because Tamisha went on and say, I will spill all the tea about what happened in this season. And in this contract, they state these words exactly. If you threatened to breach the contract, then they are already eligible to want liquidated damages from you, even if you just threaten to do it. This is something that was not in Bass's video, for example. You cannot even threaten to spill the tea. The moment you do, they can even ask for an injunctive relief, and they don't need to post any bond for it. You are already fucked. You are already fucked. Now, recovery or disgorgement, I don't know what this means. That I'm guessing it has to do with Gottmik in some way. Disgorge of the monies and other consideration received in connection with such disclosure, if any, then recovery of producer's attorney's fees incurred to enforce the terms of this section. And this is interesting. Imagine if they signed an injunction relief against Tamisha because she threatened to breach the confidentiality agreements. Then they also sent her a bill for their attorney's fees. This is crazy. This is crazy. Fantasia, speaking of Mama, we got a video on the Tamisha Iman network. Oh my god. That's incredible. I hope she got her shit together. I really hope she got her shit together. Kevin Gomez, well, the contract is almost as long as season 13. It's longer. It's longer. It's even longer. And of course, the part that everybody knows, the $2 million clause, which amount is agreed upon by the parties as liquidated damages and not as a penalty, and which sum amount has been computed, estimated, and agreed upon as an attempt to make a reasonable forecast of probable actual loss because of the difficulties of estimating with exactness the damages with which shall result. Now, I want to break this down for you a little bit because there is confusion on this part. Now, if you watch Bass's video and the video of Lawyer React, they both said the same thing. It's difficult to compute damages. It's difficult to say how much money you actually lost because somebody said, oh, they needed to take pictures of each outfit even before we even started filming. It's very difficult to quantify that. So it's extremely difficult to say how much money you actually have to give them. Now, this clause is actually, by the way it is worded, is trying to go around that. So they are saying this is not a penalty. These are damages that you are already agreed to pay, knowing that this amount could not be exact. This is what they are saying in here. Since we know that it would be very difficult to know exactly how much you damaged me, preemptively, you already agree that you understand this and that the right sum that we decide before is going to be this 2 million, and you agree on that. And based on the way this is worded, I think that there is not much that you can do about it because you are already agreeing on the uncertainty. They're not saying you will pay me $2 million. They are saying you know that it's uncertain. You accept that it's uncertain, and since it's uncertain, you agree with me that this 2 million will be representative of that uncertainty. So you see, when I said that this thing is worded really well, I think this clause completely changed from the way it was written in the Season 8 contract. So, will they ever seek $2 million from anyone? I don't think so. I think that this clause is written like this to actively discourage, especially queens with a lot of following, because a lot of following means a lot of clout means a lot of money. So there are queens out there who could actually very easily pay those $2 million, like Katya, for example, Trixie Mattel, Sharon Needles, Alaska, even Willem, if she was under this kind of contract. All of these people could easily pay those $2 million, not upfront, but let's say in a matter of 3-4 years. Yeah, sure, no problem. I think it would be very easy for them. So you see the importance of this clause in here. Anyway, for the avoidance of doubt, the terms and conditions of this section 12 shall survive the termination or expiration of this agreement. What does it mean? It means that if for any reason you challenge this contract, you manage to invalidate it, then section 12 shall survive, no matter what. And section 12, of course, is the confidentiality. This is what they really care about. This is the only part in this entire contract in which we see a clause like this being applied. No matter what happens, this clause will survive. What comes from the chat? John said, I feel bad for any queen who is naive enough to sign this contract. Lucifer wants their souls and they only receive $100,000 and a 1-year supply of Anastasia Beverly Hills Cosmetic. Well, it depends. It really depends. I wouldn't sign anything like this. I'm way too old to sign something like this, but depending on your situation, you might be desperate enough to just sign it, you know? Fantasia, now, just one. I'm sure that was the only thing she had. It was Interview with Vixen, but I haven't watched it. I don't know. What? Kevin, I don't know if you have noticed that lately all the queens have been saying that they wouldn't be here if it wasn't for the show. Really listen to Meet the Queens of All-Star 6. Well, those are things that they have to say it. I mean, wouldn't you say it? You are offered the opportunity to go back on All-Stars. And mind you, that drag is becoming very easily an oversaturated market. We have too many drag queens now. We went from having none to having too many of them. You literally have dozens upon dozens of queens creating content online, on social media, on Instagram, on YouTube, doing live shows during tours. Drag, you know, I get it that drag went mainstream, okay? So the market that there was before for drag was really like almost nothing. Now the market is completely blown. I get that, but it's already saturated. So if you get the chance to go on All Stars, they all say yes. Recently, what was it, like 3 or 4 days ago, Nicole Page Brooks from Atlanta, Georgia, actually tweeted to World of Wonder and the RuPaul's Drag Race account to be considered to go on All Stars because they need the exposure. When you get this kind of exposure, if you play your cards well, you can make enough money to reasonably sustain yourself for the next 20 years. Yes, you have to go through this bullshit contract. You have to give up a ton of things from this contract. But worst case scenario, after 3 years from the moment you signed, you're free. But the moment you make will last you much, much, much longer. The only reason why you would never sign this contract is if you're not in a desperate situation of need, and if you have some things that you are simply not willing to give up. I would never give up any rights concerning my personal story. I would never give up the right of having my story being told truthfully. The last thing that my worst nightmare in life is to be misrepresented. That's my worst nightmare. I could never sign something like this. Doesn't matter the amount of money. It doesn't matter. I would never sign something like this. I would rather be ignored than be considered as something that I'm not. And this is exactly what happened to them. To all of them. Well, most of them. Melanie, Dida Ritz, yes, Dida Ritz tweeted about it. She was very frustrated. I think, and this is just a speculation, I think Dida at some point was asked to participate as an alternative, you know, as a backup queen. Because she looks like really angry. And that's, you know, that attitude will not help you. It will not help you. You know, you cannot guilt World of Wonder into calling you for All-Stars. There are so many queens that they can call now. You know, you just sit there and wait for your moment. These are people that already went through this kind of contract. They survived the first time. They know what they're getting into. They know, you know, how much they actually apply it, because we are reading this contract. If they would apply everything that's in this contract, I don't think any of them would actually agree to participate, except, you know, for really, really desperate situations. But I don't think they enforce 100% of this contract. I am pretty sure that they don't enforce 100% of it. How much do they enforce? I would say anywhere between 60-70%. Because, you know, the queens still have their merchandise. It's not like they are splattering their images everywhere to sponsor anything. They do it on the show, but, you know, not really outside of the show. Not to my knowledge, anyway. So they are eager to actually go on All-Stars. Of course they are. I mean, it's the Tatiana effect. Who knew about Tatiana? I mean, she was my favorite queen from forever. That's because I started watching with season 2 and I was mesmerized by Tatiana and Pandora Box, but mostly by Tatiana. When she came back, suddenly she was a nobody. I don't think she was even performing anymore. You know, she created an incredible career for herself, and they are chasing exactly that. Nothing more and nothing less. You know, you can bite your tongue for 3 years. They could ask you to come again for doing another season of All-Stars, whatever it is, but you can always say no. They will not come after you for this 2 million because you said no to All-Stars. You know, they could by contract, but they probably won't. They will just say, okay, then go fuck yourself. We are done. You know, but if you have a very, very good career because you played your cards well after eating shit for 3 years, then everything is yours again. And you can really make a very good living for yourself with it. So yes, going on Drag Race is an opportunity, but it's an opportunity that you have to take into perspective. Sorry, a little bit of liquid energy. Actually, now that I think about it, wait a moment. I need to get some more liquid energy from the fridge. And here we are. Johnny, I love Tatiana. I love her too. except when she is too drunk. But you know, we all have our demons. Maria Flores, I love this. Oh, thank you. Thank you. For me, it feels like going through hell with this contract. It's really, it's discouraging. It's difficult. It's some parts are really boring, but you know, I would like in the future, I would like to look back and say we read it. We read the whole contract. We know what the fuck we are talking about, you know. And also, since Bassi published this contract, which I'm eternally grateful for. She does some shit from time to time, but when it comes to this contract thing, I'm really grateful. There are snippets of this contract in every video. I will be quoting this contract forever and ever. You know, it's good when you have like information that you can back it up, you know, because people can always say, yeah, but, and then I'm like, no, these are the receipts, this is in the contract, and this is it. Now, third-party releases. If requested, you agree to use your best efforts at no cost to producers, of course. Of course, of no cost to them. To assist the producers in obtaining releases from all members of your families, your friends, mother, father, daughter, son, sister, brother, spouse, roommate, etc., etc. Even from your dog. Make him sign a release. Dependents, heirs, boyfriends, girlfriends. My clients. My God. My clients. Another person known to me in a form provided by producer. And to use my best effort to procure such releases. You know? It's like, can you imagine? If I go to one of my clients and I say, listen, I will give you a blowjob if you sign this release for World of Wonder. Fantasia, this moment is brought to you by the Patreon. Get Little promo code. Yes. I should contact Little. But, you know, I always think if I go to Little and say, listen, I have a live stream with, you know, 30 to 150 people joining, depending on the, let's say 70 on average. Will you sponsor me? And they would say, for what? And then I would say, okay, but you don't have to give me money. Just give me free energy drinks. Like, I don't know, 10 a week. Is it okay for you? Oh my God. So you have to use your best effort. So, you know, prepare your jaw. You need to use your best effort. Now, restriction on use of trademark. You should not at any time use the names, logo, trade names, or trademarks of producer. Does this remind you of something? Because again, there was somebody who used their names, logo, and trademark, and she shouldn't have done it. And it looks like nobody had a problem with it. Now that we're talking about how much do they enforce of this contract, until other things happened, and then that stopped. You know who I'm talking about. Termination. Producer shall have the right to terminate this agreement and or my participation if they determine at their sole discretion that they desire to terminate your participation. For any reason. Any reason. Any. Let's say that you piss them off for any reason. They can tell you, you know what? Go home. Go home. The contract is rescinded. You don't have to do this. You can go fuck yourself. you can go fuck yourself for any reason. Which is crazy to me. I mean, if I am going through the trouble of staying under exclusivity since the moment you signed this contract, so you're not even on and you're still under exclusivity, plus all of the other bullshit that is this contract, can I have some fucking guarantees? Any kind of guarantees? No. For any reason, they can kick you out. Which is troubling. They don't even say for just a reason. You know, for a just reason. No. For any reason, they can kick you out. In addition, in event of any occurrence of any event of force majeure, I think that's French, majeure, producer shall have the right, at its sole discretion, of course, upon notice to me, to immediately suspend and terminate my participation, and shall be released from any further obligation whatsoever. This is completely fair and square because, and you know, an event of such kind is, for example, what happened to UK season 2, that they had to stop filming. You know, when you cannot when you have such occurrences that you cannot do anything against them, they have to have the right to say, we need to suspend production. You need to go home. You will need to come back in 6, 7, 8 months, a reasonable amount of time, of course. But this is completely fair game, because what happened to UK season 2 was completely legitimate. They had to suspend production, they had to take a moment, 7 months passed in between, and then they had to resume production. So this clause is completely understandable. Now, producers may terminate any period of suspension at any time in its sole discretion, and you shall immediately resume your participation in the project. This, I think, is the bullshit, because it shouldn't be at any time. They cannot say, okay, you can come back now whenever they want. It should be whenever the event of force majeure stopped happening. You know, if you stop filming because, I don't know, your studio was flooded for some reason, the moment the studio is ready again, you should be, you know, they should be able to call you back. They cannot say, okay, this happened, but in the meantime, I found something else that is more lucrative, so I'm going to do that, and then I will call you back for filming this. This is, you know, this is the shoddy part of this contract. You always have reasonable things next to bullshit. Delta Schlin says, did you hear that Champ, Biden's dog, died today? No, also I don't care that much about Biden because, you know, he looks like he was, from the outside, looks like he was like this you know, this man, this embodiment of Democrats and so on and so forth, and is not doing shit. I don't know. I mean, I am trying to sweeten the pill as much as I can, but is really sitting on a ton of shit. So I'll keep it at that. I don't want to offend anybody with my lack of information. It's not even my nation. I should be the last one to, you know, give you opinions of this, but it's, you know, I am not impressed. That's what I want to say. I'm not impressed. Maria Flores says, not the dog. What are they going to do? Show a video of them backstage? John says, if the Queen wants out of the contract, they just need to start wearing H&M from head to toe and create a new drag name with frack. Listen, if you go on Drag Race and you're already giving up a ton of shit, you should keep your mouth shut. You know, play the game, be good, make as much money as you possibly can because you have given up a lot to be there. And, you know, try to go as much along with it as you can, because don't worry, shit comes through. There are always third parties who have nothing to lose, like me for example, that will pick up on this shit and start, releasing it to the world. So they don't need to fuck up their possibility with their opportunities with World of Wonder and RuPaul's Drag Race. There are always third parties waiting to do this. Sozol says, pretty standard production contract wording. Oh yes. Oh yes. And the fact that it is standard is very sad indeed. It is. It is. I worked in an intellectual property law firm for 6 years, and our lawyers' primarily function was to serve the client, giant media companies, by screwing over the other guy. Yeah, I mean, that's how business works. That's business. That's considered business as usual. Fuck the other party as much as you possibly can, and the duty of the other party is to try to do the same at the best of their possibility. This is business as usual, guys. This is something that a lot of people don't understand. This is private business. This is part of the free market. World of Wonder, it's not your state. They don't have obligations toward you. The only obligations that they have is to make as much money as they possibly can. And that's it. And if in order to reach that goal, they need to look like they care, or they need to act as if they care, then they will do it, but only because in the end it will make them money. That's how company works. That's how businesses works. That's it. They are not your state. They are not a non-profit organization. That's, it's really as easy as doing 2 + 2. Where are you? As used here, an event of force majeure shall mean any act of God. I'm sorry. I'm agnostic. So, but how do you even define an act of God? That's what I'm curious about. How do you define in contract terms that something was an act of God? How do you do that? Seriously. Now, jokes aside, how is it even possible? Do you need like the Pope to come out and say that was an act of God, so that World of Wonder can say, listen, I wrote on the contract here, this is an act of God. So, whatever. Then they mean any inevitable accident, which is a much better definition, like fire, lockout, strike or other labor dispute, riot, civic commotion, act of public enemy, wars, act of terrorism, law, enactment, regulation, rules, act. There is a long list of all of these things, but I think, we don't need to go into that. It's evident already the meaning of it. In addition, producer may immediately terminate me for any potential illegal behavior or violation of any of the production protocols, which we are going to read quite soon, including but not limited to drug use, assault, during the period that this agreement is in effect. I don't even know. They should have said during, production or whatever it is. So, if you are smoking a joint during the exclusivity period, but your season already aired like a year and a half ago, they can terminate the agreement based on that. This I don't get. I don't get it. I need more liquid energy. I'm starting to lose focus. Remedies. You acknowledge and agree that the rights that you granted, that you are going to grant here, and your participation are unique, are unusual, are special and extraordinary. Are special and extraordinary, and the loss of which would not be adequately compensable in damages in an action at law. And that, in addition to any rights remedies which producers may have under disagreements or otherwise, producer, therefore, would be entitled to all available equitable remedies in case of breach or threatened breach of this agreement by you. So what they are saying here is that since this is reality TV, and your reactions, your participations, your emotion in a specific moment, your performance in a specific moment is something that is unique in and of itself. It's like saying it's a window in a moment of your life. It's unrepeatable. It's something, it's a work of art that it's unique. Okay? So if you lose that, it would be very difficult to actually calculate damages on that. In a way, this makes sense because it is unique. You know, a window in the lifetime of a person is a very unique moment. So, in a way, it makes sense. But then they spin it around to say, and since this is true, I shall have everything. So the premise is reasonable, like your participation is something unique. The conclusion, a little bit less. Since you cannot calculate damages, I shall be entitled to everything, in case you breach the contract or in case you threaten to breach it. In case you threaten, you don't even need to breach it. You simply have to say, I will sell my merch. In 3 months, I will sell my merch. And that's already a threatened breach of the agreement, because you cannot by agreement. Do they apply this? I don't think so. But it's still written in there. You're still putting your name in there. Lisbeth says, by act of God, I'm starting thinking they just are throwing whatever to see what they can get away with. In any court of my country, the contract would be dismissed in seconds. The point is, you cannot go to court with this contract. You have to go through arbitration. And arbitration is a very different legal proceeding than a court. Okay? Because arbitration can also decide against the law. That's the point of arbitration. By the way, in my country as well, this contract like this would be invalidated like in no time. In no time. Moving on. What else do we have here? Any remedies shall be cumulative, and none of them shall be a limitation of any other. So you cannot say, but I pay you for this, so I should not pay you for that. No. You pay for everything. However, no breach of this agreement shall entitle me to terminate or rescind any of the rights granted to a assignee herein. So if they are in breach of the agreement, you still cannot gain back whatever you signed away already. So if you are in breach, you are fucked. You will have to pay everything, you will still have no rights, and they will get everything. If they breach the agreement, you are still fucked, because all the rights that you have given away, you have given them away. You know, and this is the essence of a contract, you know. Everything is mine, nothing is yours. Only based on that, only based on this impairment that there is between what you give and what you get, this contract should already be invalid. Only based on that. If I am in breach, I still pay everything. If you are in breach, nothing happens. Nothing happens. I hereby waive the right to equitable relief or to enjoin, restrain, or interfere with the exhibition of the project. And this is, in a way, understandable. Imagine if any single person could even have the possibility of interfering with the airing of Drag Race. Imagine. They make literally hundreds of millions of dollars through the publishing of Drag Race. You know, when you count all the money that exchanges hands because of a season of Drag Race, we are talking about hundreds of millions of dollars. You know, it's not the market itself. So the advertisement that you get from having the show on VH1, everything that comes from releasing interviews, everything that comes from merchandises, everything that is connected to the fact that a season is airing is a market that it's well above the $100 million. So imagine if a person had the right to stop that. So I understand this clause. I think it's completely legitimate. And moving on, the exercise of any of the granted rights, it being my understanding that my sole remedy shall be the right to recover monetary damages with respect only to the actual harm caused by any such breach, but in any event, no consequential, punitive, or special damages. If you remember from the section before, you signed away a ton of things, including relief from any kind of monetary damage. Also, it said in case of your death, okay? But here, they tell you again something else, that even if you don't understand law, even if you're not a lawyer, even if you understand really nothing of what's going on, you see one section that tells you, basically, if you die, even if because I'm negligent, you will give nothing. And then you are in a section in which it says, if for some reason you are awarded money, then that money that you are allowed to ask cannot be any kind of punitive or special damages. So this already tells you, wait a moment, even though you made me sign away that I will not get anything, even in case I die, even in case it's your fault, now you're telling me, well, if you do get something, then you're not entitled to ask also for punitive damages. So what does this tell you? What does this tell you? Because to me, it tells me maybe some of the things that you made me sign away, maybe they cannot be signed away. So if I go through arbitration, I will be awarded some kind of damages. And you're already putting in a provision that says, even if you are awarded those kind of damages, then you cannot ask for punitive damages. And if you don't know what punitive damages are, not even I know in details what punitive damages are. But let's say, for example, that there is a company out there fucking people over and over in the same exact way, and one of them takes them to court and says, okay, this company fucked me over for $10,000, but also they have been fucking over these other 200 people, and they will probably continue to fuck over other people because don't take them to court. So please, court, also award punitive damages so that they can be punished for doing this, and also as a deterrent not to do it again. So this is my understanding of punitive damages. Of course, it might be wrong. I am not a lawyer. But you cannot ask for those, because from what I've seen from the outside, usually punitive damages are almost always 1 or 2 order of magnitude bigger than the kind of monetary compensation that you get awarded to. Like, for example, when Adore tried to sue her company, no, it wasn't her company, it was her management, because they made like something like $2.5 million from her, but she only received like $300,000. She also asked for punitive damages, if I remember correctly. From the chat, Fulani says, I wonder what percentage of the Queen's Review the contract so in... Oh my god, sorry. I wonder what percentage of the Queen's Review the contract so in-depthly as we're doing here. Oh, you wonder how many queens go in depth with the contract. Okay. I don't think any of them. Because since they are signing it, maybe some of them, like for example, I believe that Yu Masaki completely read this contract and understood basically 90 to 95% of it, and then paid a lawyer to confirm everything that's in the contract, because that's how I know Yu Masaki. All the other ones, I don't think they read it. I think most of them actually go to a lawyer to discuss it, but I think there is a sizable portion of the queens who don't even read it. They simply, maybe they go on the phone and, with somebody from World of Wonder and says, please give me the TLDR on the things that I have to do and all the things that I don't have to do, because I don't have time to read this and I don't have a lawyer, so let's make it quick and let's continue doing business together. This, I think there is a sizable portion of queens that do it like this. Sozzle, they should all really have their own lawyer to read over and amend it, but that of course can be very expensive. The point is that if you have any problem with this contract and you are a nobody, so let's say if this is not your All-Stars contract, they will simply say, you know what, okay, I can pick any other of these thousands of people who wants to participate. So when you are a nobody, you have no leverage. You either sign it or goodbye. James says, Act of God is a legal category in the US and I think British common law. Oh, thank you. Because I really didn't understand the meaning of that. I was like, how the hell do you define an act of God? But there you go. Thank you for saying that and for clarifying it. Oh God, clarifying it for everybody. Now, moving on. Representation, warranties, indemnifications. Now, I hereby represent and warrant and agree that I am an adult over 18 years old. I am legally able to work in the United States. I have full right, power, and authority to enter into and fully perform this agreement. I have not entered into any other agreement, nor I have done or will do any act or thing which in any way prevents, hampers, or conflicts or interfere with the full and complete performance of my obligations to producers or any rights granted by me hereunder. I am aware that payment or acceptance or agreement to pay or accept any money or valuable consideration for the appearance of any person or the mention of anything on the program without disclosure to producer and other broadcast prior to broadcast is a oh my god. These are a mouthful. Let's just go through the section that I highlighted. I highlighted this to because it's crazy to read. So I made some highlights saying, okay, I'm going to read the highlights. It will make more sense. And then I'm not doing it. I am aware that payment or acceptance of any money for the appearance of any person or the mention of anything without disclosure to producer is a federal offense, punishable by fine and or imprisonment. How nice. I mean, this part, it's pretty standard. You're basically saying, listen, I'm I certify that I can enter into a contract with somebody else. I'm over 18, I can work here, I don't have any kind of prior agreement that would not allow me to sign this contract with you, like for example an exclusivity period already. What is this section about? Oh, you also agree that you will not accept any kind of payment for plugging something on the show without first telling the producers that you're doing it, because if you do that, that's a federal offense. You cannot, for example, get a mirror from a special someone and say, oh no, that's my mirror, when in reality you are plugging it and you were paid to do that, and if they catch you, that's a federal offense. How legit is this? I agree with it. If you are plugging something, you should give full disclosure that you are plugging it, in a way or another, because after all, for all the advertisement that they do on Drag Race, they always disclose everything. If you are not disclosing the fact that you are shilling for someone and you've been paid to do that, then we are starting to have a problem. So I completely agree with this clause. Then you should not mention or plug any commercial product, service, including name of your employer, blah blah blah. So you cannot do it covertly, and you cannot do it in sunlight, except with materials supplied by producers. Now, part 7, I will cooperate with producer and will take steps reasonably requested by producer to evidence, effectuate, or protect producers and Viacom Media Network's rights hereunder. If I display in the project or submit to assignee for display in the project any kind of photograph, published work, or other artistic material, then I will have obtained all the rights, clearances, and releases necessary for assignee to exploit said materials in the project. This is completely normal. If you bring something from home, you have to have the right to that something, and since it will appear on Drag Race, and everything that appear on Drag Race basically becomes property of World of Wonder and Viacom, you also have the right to give away those rights. It starts to sound mind-bending, doesn't it? I will not bring, nor I will permit my acquaintance to bring any illegal drugs, weapons, yet that this is the bare minimum. Imagine if they were allowed to bring weapons. You will not rig in any way or influence the outcome of the competition, or offer to offer or accept any information or special or secret assistance in connection with the project, and I agree that I will not participate in any such act or any other deceptive or dishonest act with respect to the project. This is an interesting clause, because when they say I will not rig or influence the outcome of the competition, then, for example, in season 4, when Fifi and Sharon did their best to fuck over Jiggly Caliente, that was great television, by the way. I know that, Jiggly took it the way it was. It was a long time ago. It was 10 years ago, It's water under a bridge. It's done. It's closed. It's solved. They solved all of these things. But from an entertainment perspective, it was great television. Now, under this new contract, things like this cannot happen anymore. This is the exact meaning of this clause. You will not try to influence the outcome of the competition. And if it means fucking someone over, you cannot do that. Of course, producers are not, they don't have the obligation to enforce the contract. So if they come out and say, oh, listen, this is great TV, I'm leaving this in, that's not the problem. Okay? Even though when I think about this clause, I think less about fucking over other contestants in front of the camera and more about things that might happen behind the scenes. Like, for example, throwing someone from the stairs, you know? I think they mean something like that. I mean, I think that is the spirit of this clause, you know? I will not try to poison someone during the lunch break because I saw 4 producers following that queen all of the time, so I know she's going to be in the top 3, and I try to poison her. So that there is one more spot in the top 3. Can you imagine? Oh my god. From the chat, Fulani says, would accident resulting from weather occurrences such as death during a tornado or a hurricane being considered an act of God? I have no idea. Ryan, first time on a YouTube live for a contract read over. This is I hope you come back. But it's like, you know, we are reading a contract full of legalese and it's like 2 in the morning. This is not good entertainment. I can guarantee you that. Clause number 12. I agree to refrain at all times from all forms of threat, violence against non-consensual contact with and or intimidation of other person involved with the project participants. Yes, this clause takes the time it gets, because if they are okay with it, nothing really happens. Remember when Candy said, I will smack Tamisha? You know, that's exactly a threat of violence, and nothing happened. So, you know, it's really everything, it's at their discretion. So you are agreeing to a bunch of things, and then if they want to enforce it, they will enforce it, and you will be fucked. If they don't want to, then they don't want to, and that's it. Of course, you also agree not to damage any property. Of course, you will not be shit painting in the toilet while you are on RuPaul's Drag Race. Come on, this is the bare minimum. This is completely understandable. Now, I represent and warrant that I have provided to producers all identification documentation, all other information and documentation. This is standard contract. We're not really interested in this. Now, indemnification. I agree. Me, and of course, all the other people that I decide to sign release in their name, the releasing parties, unconditionally and irrevocably agree to defend, indemnify, and hold harmless each of the release parties from and against any and all claims, demands, agreements, contract, actions, suits, costs, and blah 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 and blah 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 arising out of or in connection with your breach or alleged breach of the agreement. Alleged? Oh, that's interesting. That's interesting. So if somebody comes out and makes some crazy allegation that you breached the contract, you are already indemnifying everybody. not to be confused. If you are confused, the releasing parties, it's you, your families, your friends, everybody else. The released parties are Viacom, World of Wonder, their affiliates, and so on. So if somebody really comes out with a rumor saying, oh, there are allegations that this person did a breach of contract, then you are already indemnifying them. Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Unions. You acknowledge and understand that your appearance in the project does not fall under jurisdiction of SAG AFTRA, which I have no idea what it is. I guess it's a union, or any other guild or union agreements. Of course, unions are there to protect their workers. So you already agree that everything that has to do with you, your participation, this contract, whatever it is, that never falls under the jurisdiction of a union. You know. Why not? Why not? They should start a drag queen union. But then again, you don't participate. They state in the contract already, you are not participating as a drag performer. You are participating as yourself, dressing up as a drag performer, but as yourself, as a private person. Yeah, it's sad, yeah. It's sad. Ryan, I heard rumors about you poisoning other queens. I heard rumors of you not washing your hands after going to the bathroom and then passing food around. You make the contract 2 a.m. read with all your laugh and humor. Great job. Well, will you have to laugh at this? Otherwise, we're all crying over this. Yes, I'm taking in questions. Coffee, the fact that drag queens don't have unions is homophobic and against the gay agenda. Ryan, I came by to see if I could figure out where Tamisha fucked up and violated her contract. This contract is like War and Peace novel, isn't it? Yes. Yes, it definitely is. Well, there are different parts of the contract. I can give you the TLDR based on my understanding of the contract. What Tamisha fucked over with is that she threatened to breach the agreement. And that's already an offense based on this exact wording. You cannot threaten to breach the agreement. Only the threatening is already considered a violation. Then she appropriated rights that she had no right of. Like, for example, the promo image that she put on the merchandise. Based on the wording of the contract, those rights were signed away and belonged to World of Wonder and all the other assignees, including Viacom, their affiliates, and so on. So she couldn't produce merchandise with that image. Then it is my understanding that you cannot promote yourself by means of the brand. You cannot like go out and say, I am the top 4 of RuPaul's Drag Race, and bring the RuPaul's Drag Race logo with you. Like you cannot have a flyer for a performance that says, I don't know, Denali from RuPaul's Drag Race. You cannot do that. What you can do is say Denali from television. That you can do, but you cannot in any way use their logos and their trademark to promote yourself. That you cannot do. So, and of course, the fact that she broke NDA when she came out and said, if it is true, because if it's not true, it's not technically a breach of NDA, it's basically bad-mouthing World of Wonder, which, again, it's defamation. So it's a problem again. When she said things like, they took pictures of all of our outfits before we even got on the race. So all of these things, they could have fucked her over above and beyond. From my point of view, what they did was simply send her a cease and desist. And that's it. But by contract, and this is something that we read like 45 minutes ago, they could have asked her a reimbursement for the cost that they incurred for having a lawyer redact the cease and desist, sending it to her. She could have very well have been eligible for those costs. If they claim them, I don't know. But I think it's like 99.999% probable that they sent her a cease and desist, because Tamisha really, really went overboard, like way overboard. And, you know, I am 100% for that, but you have to do it in a specific way. You cannot, like, you know, pick up your sword and really go to war with them. Because it will, if they want to, they can really fuck you over. You have to move in a very specific way and in a very specific manner, which means you need to go through arbitration and challenge everything. And based on that, try to unionize other queens into doing exactly the same. That's the only way out of this. Going online and going on Instagram Live and threatening to do all of these things while you are doing things that you're not supposed to be doing already, it's... I hope that answers your question. Dell says that SAG and AFTRA are theater and movie unions. Thank you. Thank you. You know, I'm not from the US. I have no idea of some of those things. If you have five lines or more, and saying woo counts, so the contract says that 5 lines does not count. Oh, you're making an example. If you fall under the theater and movie union, 5 lines or more, okay. Jerry, what's your accent? I cannot place it. We are not going to place it. Fulani, SAG and AFTA are also journalist and radio sections. One of my favorite sport personality talks about is membership. Okay, so they are unions, basically. And now to the very interesting part. Mediation and arbitration. Except with respect to producer's right to injunctive relief for breaches of this agreement as contemplated herein. So, with the only exception of the producers, they can go to court about the content of this contract. You cannot, because in the event of any dispute concerning the performance or enforceability of the agreement or the respective rights of the parties, such dispute shall be the subject of mandatory mediation and or binding arbitration pursuant the terms of the separate agreements to mediate and arbitrate, which is one of the, oh God, how are they called? Exhibits. It's part of the exhibits. There is a procedure to go through arbitration with this. So you understand that Exhibit D waives your rights to sue producers, Viacom Media Networks, and any other assignee in a court of law and requires me to assert any claims or grievances in arbitration. So you knowingly and voluntarily waive your right to a jury trial or court trial. And this is extremely important because through arbitration, a decision can be made that it is unlawful. Okay, this is something that you need to understand. When you go through arbitration, you basically pick a person and say, in your best judgment, what do you think it's right? And they will decide. and their decision doesn't have to fall in line with legislation. That is the key difference, because if you go in a court of law, you have to abide the law. And if you decide that your claim must be decided by a jury, then you have the right to a jury trial, and they will decide. So, this is extremely important because there are specific key differences between a jury trial and arbitration. Some things are better resolved in arbitration, but for things like this concerning this contract, the best thing would always go to a jury trial, because if one queen, could go through a jury trial, doesn't matter if it takes 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, probably you would have a company behind you covering the costs of you, because you could escalate things like, for example, the authorship's right. You could escalate them, insert them into the into legal proceeding, go all the way through the highest court in the U.S. and have your claim be put into law. So a bullshit thing like this, like let's be honest, when you consider all the laws, this contract is like nothing. It has nothing to do with basic laws and basic rights recognized in constitutions and so on. But technically, you could escalate these things all the way to the Supreme Court and have them inserted into law. And fill a void that desperately needs to be filled. And yes, I know how that sounds, but I am referring to authorship and the rights of integrity when it comes to your work of art or your performance as an individual. This is what I'm talking about. Now, notices. All notices, statements, or other communication shall be made in writing by personal delivery or mail. Okay, we don't care about this. This is basic stuff. Now, special employee and workers' compensation. Nothing contained in this contract shall be deemed to constitute an employment relationship, joint venture, or partnership, because of course you will be eligible for many different things if this was an employment relationship, joint venture, or partnership. So they are very clear in saying this is not this at all. And nor shall you be deemed producer's agent for any purposes. So you agree and acknowledge that only for the purposes of workers' compensation, there will be one or more entities other than producers receiving the benefits and or participating in some capacity in the direction and or supervision of your participation. So even though you are not employed by them, you are accepting the fact that there will be different people basically telling you what to do, different people giving you your paying you the amount that was already decided in the contract, different people telling you, for example, bringing you to your hotel room, different entities will be eligible to do different things from you. And in spite of that, this is not an employment relationship. I don't know what is the relevance of this. I think, again, it has to do with some laws that I don't know, that I don't understand. But evidently, if you have more entities that are actually caring for you, then somehow that would normally constitute an employment relationship. So what they're trying to do in here is say, even though all of these things happens, this is still not an employment relationship. Now, where are you? Where are you? Oh my god. More liquid energy. more liquid energy. And it continues. One or more entities in connection with the project, including without limitation, producers, affiliate companies, licensees, successors, assigns, financiers, distributors of the project, including producers, MTV networks, their respective officers, agents, employees. It's like everybody. Hey, everybody, jump in. It's open for business to everyone. That each such producer entity shall be deemed one of my special employers. That sounds sexual. For purposes of workers' compensation, insurance coverage in connection with my appearance. Oh my God. So all of these entities, they are your special employers. But remember, it's not an employment relationship. Now, accordingly, in the event of your injury, illness, disability, or death, your rights and remedies, which means those sweet, sweet coins, and those, of course, of your heirs, executors, administrators, successor, and assigns, because, of course, if you are dead, you cannot claim those things. Somebody else is going to do it in your name. Against producer or any other producer entity with which you have a special employer relationship shall be governed by and limited to those provided by workers' compensation and producers, and or each producer's entity and their agents and employees shall not have any obligation or liability. So let me sum it up. Even though we didn't understand a fuck, apart from the fact that you have a special relationship, I think that the LDR in here is that you take it up the ass. Is it right? Did I read it correctly? Oh my God. Taxes. You are responsible for all the taxes, which is legit, of course. You have to pay your taxes. And the entire agreement, this entire agreement contains the entire understanding between the parties and supersedes all prior negotiation, understanding, and agreements, whether written or oral. Of the parties relating to the subject matter herein and this agreement. So, cannot be changed or terminated except by writing signed by both producers and me. What's the important thing on this? Well, I think this contract in this present form is something very new to the queens who participate in RuPaul's Drag Race. So what happens is that if you participated before in a regular season, you might have signed a different contract with them, probably a much less restrictive one with rules that were a little bit different. So what they're saying in here is that everything that we said before is not valid anymore. This that's written in this contract will apply, because you never know, maybe from a contract before you could use something in there to invalidate something in the new contract. So this is standard again. What they're saying is we are updating everything to this contract, and here again this is pretty normal. Now, choice of law. This agreement and all related matters shall be governed by the laws of the state of New York. We don't care about it. Assignment: I acknowledge that I shall have no right to assign this agreement or delegate any of my obligation hereunder to any third parties. Of course, you signed this contract, you have to be responsible for it. But producer shall have the right to assign freely any of its rights and obligations hereunder. Well, are you surprised? We are like on page 24. Are you seriously surprised that you cannot do something while they can? Waiver. No waiver of any breach of... No waiver of any breach of or default under any provision hereof shall be deemed a waiver of such provision of or of any subsequent breach or default. I'm sorry, I don't understand this. Partial invalidity in the event that any provision hereof shall be invalid or unenforceable due to any law, like we said before, said provision shall be modified to the minimum extent necessary to effect compliance with such law. This is what we discussed before already. If for any reason any part of the agreement cannot be enforced because you were not allowed by law to give away those rights in the first place, then they should the contract should be considered modified to the minimum extent necessary to be in compliance with such law, and that's it. So in plain English, they will grab as much as they can grab by law. Is it clear? Do we understand it? Now, survival. The grants of rights, representation, warranties, indemnities, restrictions, use of trademark, and confidentiality obligation contained in the contract shall survive the expiration or earlier termination of this agreement. Now, if you remember, like 10 minutes ago, they said that if you both agree, if you and World of Wonder both agree that you should terminate the contract and say, listen, we came for some reason, we both agree that this contract is over and everything in it is over. What they're saying in here is that even if that happens, the grant of rights, all of this chapter that we started this stream with, which was like 3 pages in which you would give away basically everything, they still survive. And guess what else survives? The confidentiality agreements. Those will survive no matter what. Now, the section headings have been inserted herein for the purpose of convenient and shall not be used in interpreting this agreement. So, by this point, the contract is over. What they did in section 22 is basically saying, listen, section 22 is not the contract, but you are probably not a lawyer, so you would like to have a little bit of an idea of what's in the contract, so I'm going to kind of summarize it for you in section 22. But that's not the agreement. The agreement is everything before. Okay, so they're kind of trying to help you in reading it for some reason. We don't know that. So let's go through this brief TLDR. It's a couple of pages, and it's basically the contract in a nutshell. So, you acknowledge, understand that this agreement is an important legal document relating to your participation on Drag Race, and signing it means that you are waiving certain legal rights. And so you sign it freely and under no duress or undue influence. So you understand that other participant and you, including your friends and family, will be interviewed and participate in activities with the intent that the participant will discuss information that might be of a personal and revealing nature. You further acknowledge and understand that the nature of the project is such that producer, for dramatic purposes, may take certain misrepresentation to me and others, and such misrepresentation may relate to any and all topics of every kind and nature whatsoever. So they can misrepresent you and all the other participants, including your friends and family, as much as they fucking want to. You also acknowledge that while such conduct might otherwise constitute an actionable tort, I have freely and knowingly consented to such conduct, which means if this happened in real life in any other context, I could sue your ass for damages. In here, I expressly agree that I'm okay with it. I allow you to do it. You can misrepresent me. So I'm giving away this right to you. In addition, you also acknowledge and understand that your participation in the project may lead to emotional strains and pressures to you, your friends, your co-workers, your family, before, during, after your participation in the project. So this thing could emotionally and probably also economically fuck over you and a ton of other people, but accordingly you understand that in connection with the project you might reveal and or relate to other parties, including without limitation participant, friend, family, producer, may reveal and or relate information about me of a personal, private, sexual, surprising, defamatory, disparaging, embarrassing, and or unfavorable nature that may be actual or fictional. And this is my very favorite part of this whole contract. This section right here. If you would ask me if I had 2 minutes to read this contract, what would I read? I would read section 22, subsection B. This is my favorite part whatsoever. They're basically, it's everything in a nutshell. It's everything in a nutshell. Even if you don't want to go like in strict details, this is something that even the casual viewer of Drag Race would understand. You agree to be misconstrued on the show. You agree to be misrepresented, and you agree that people can make shit up about you. You agree to that. Imagine if I don't even want to bring up an example. I don't want to be vulgar and I don't want to be possibly offensive. But I mean, the fact that they can make shit up, the fact that they could, I don't know, invite people that says that you did something and you didn't really do it, but you have to go along with it because that's part of the project, that's what you signed up for. And, you know, at any time they can dismiss you and, you know, claim a breach of contract because you already agreed that even if that information is complete bullshit, you allow them to do it. Fictional. Oh, yes. Fictional. You know, if this happens in the real world, you would get a ton of money by suing their asses. Nobody can make up shit about you. It's called defamation. And if you make up false information in order to in order to do more defamation, more convincing defamation against someone, that's considered malice. That's considered malice, which means you will be awarded even more money. Even more damages. That's great, but you give that up. You give that up on Drag Race. And this is the part that to me is the most relevant, to the show is the most relevant, because this is what I'm desperately trying to undo while doing the job. This is what interests me the most, because for everything else there's very little that I can do. So you further understand that your appearance, depiction, portrayal in the project, and your actions and the actions of others displayed in the project may be disparaging, embarrassing, or of an otherwise unfavorable nature, and may expose me, my friends, co-workers, families to public ridicule, humiliation, or condemnation. So they could make shit up about you. Because of that shit, you could be ridiculed, humiliated, or publicly condemned, and that's your problem. So, you are voluntarily participating in the project and related activities with full knowledge, appreciation, and understanding of all of these risks, and agree and accept any and all risks of participating in the project. The provision hereof shall be binding upon by me, my heirs, executors, administrators, and successors. This, I think, it's relevant because sometimes you could give away some rights, but then if they are inherited by somebody else because you passed, then that kind of relationship might change. Again, I'm not a lawyer, so I don't know. And just in case they say whatever you are signing, it will be signed away, even in case you will be represented by your heirs, executors, administrators, or successors. Delta Schlein, read the second to last sentence in B. Second to last sentence. I think I just read it. Yeah, I read it. Sorry, there is still 20 to 30 seconds delay. It's just how it works here on YouTube. But, where are we? Section He. I understand that I have waived my right to sue producers, and I agree to address and assert any and all claims and grievances now or in the future that you may have against producer through the alternative methods of mediation and or arbitration. Then, of course, you have reviewed the agreement with your own legal counsel prior to signing. Why is this important? Well, because some people might say, due to the legal nature of this document, I was not in the right mind to actually understand what everything in this document meant. So, based on that, the whole contract should be invalid. Okay? People could make this claim. And I bet that there are a ton of precedents in which things like this actually happened. And that's why you also have a clause like this that states that you already went to a lawyer that counseled you regarding the contract, and then you signed it. So that you cannot claim that you didn't understand it, because you're already certifying that you have it reviewed with your lawyer. And now part G, the last one. I acknowledge that notwithstanding any other provision herein, I may unilaterally rescind this agreement within 3 business days of the date on which I sign the agreement. Such rescission shall be made only by written notice received by producer within 3 business days. So, what they are saying in here, in Europe, I don't think you can do it. You can do this. Since this is done at distance, you always have 2 weeks by law. what they're saying in here is that if you sign this contract today, for some reason, you signed it, and then you go to your lawyer tomorrow and realized, oh shit, I am not ready to do this, I cannot do this, I don't want to do this, then you have 3 business days from the moment you sign it. And remember, you sign this form online. According to U.S.C, you sign it online. Okay, so you're not there with the paper and, you know, putting your signature in there. This is something that you are doing online. So if you have any problems with it, they have to receive your written notice within 3 business days. And this I think is unenforceable, because in here, for example, you are not responsible for the National Postal Service. You cannot be responsible for that. In here, what is always considered is the date in which you mailed your letter. There is a special procedure that you pay a little bit more for it. You pay like 5 or 6 euros, in which they basically certify that they took this envelope from you on this specific date. And they will inform you when the recipient actually received it. Okay? So in here, what works is the date in which you post it, not the day in which it has been received. You cannot be made responsible for the postal service. So this clause, I think, in here is complete bullshit. But, you know, learn the lesson. Don't sign the contract without reading it. Some contracts are pretty standard, they are the same everywhere, and it's not like you have a choice. Like, for example, when you get a new SIM card for your phone, you know, those contracts are pretty standard, and you know, you can afford to just go like, okay, I'll take a quick read. But if reading this contract has left anything apart from the, you know, feeling like shit for the queens, apart from that, is that you don't have to be scared to open the contract and start reading it. You might not understand some sections, it might be confusing, but there is some sense within it. There is a basic structure that it's the same for any contract, and once you learn to see that kind of structure, it will make everything much easier. There are things that you will not understand. There are always things that you don't understand, because only a lawyer will understand a contract 100%. Probably not even them 100%. There will be like 99. But read your contracts. That's, you know, the TLDR on this. Now, there are a couple of sections that I still want to read. The contract is 53 pages, but, you know, the meat of the contract is until page 26. After this, we have the exhibits, which is something that it's pretty quick, including all the rules for participating on Drag Race. So we're going to have, I think, half an hour more of stream before we finish with the contract. But before we do that, I need to take a little bit of a pause and go smoke a cigarette. So I will leave you with a little bit of royalty-free music and come back in 3 minutes. And we're back. Fulani says, thanks for this. I've often wondered why queens have openly said that they'll never go on RuPaul's Drag Race. I now believe that they read at least a portion of the contract and declined. One queen that I know that she openly said she will never be on Drag Race was Kimberly Clark here on YouTube. She's not publishing much, especially in the last couple of years. She used to do this anti-hauls, and I like her. I like her a lot. But, you know, any queen with a very established career, I think, would seriously have doubts about participating on Drag Race based on this contract, because this contract is like, it's like they're only asking for desperate people to participate, which I also think is one of the reasons why we don't really get iconic queens anymore. And I don't mean to disrespect any queens who have participated in the later seasons, but I think it's pretty clear that it's been a long time since we had great personalities like Bianca Del Rio, Alaska, or Jinx Monsoon, or Aja, Bob. It's been like, you know, it's like the quality of the queen. I don't want to objectify them, but we don't get these personalities anymore for some reason. And I think the contract, at least in part, is responsible for that, because if you're very talented and you're already have a platform, you know, would you sign this? That's the point of it. Would you sign this? Now, let me give me a moment. I need to check. Okay, there we are. And let's finish with the exhibits. It's 5 exhibits in total. 3 are of a medical nature, 1 is production protocols, and the last one is arbitration. Of course they are mixed, because of course they are. Now, Exhibit A is authorization of medical information. So you're giving away something that you could not give away in here, which is all of your confidential information that pertains to your health. So you authorize to disclose all information and records relating to your health. And you acknowledge that any information obtained by the producers of the series may be used for evaluation of your application. Okay? So what they're basically saying is that we want to know everything about your health, and we can consider that in order to either pick you up or not cast you. Basically, that's what they do. In a section of the contract, they will also say that that information will not be used within the project. It's like they're saying, okay, whatever we get to know because of your medical release, we will not abuse it during the production of the show. This is the TLDR on that, which makes me kind of suspicious, because never forget Blair Sinclair and that very uncomfortable moment in which it really looked like they were trying to get her to say something. And you know that if something like that happens to you, you would have a medical record regarding that. And if you surrendered it, they know it. So in light of that, I cannot say that it is, but I think it's pretty... it's very probable that that moment didn't happen by accident. That's what I want to say about that. And even though we didn't have a contract at the time, a lot of people came out and said that's kind of strange. It looked like the judges were doing their best so that Blair would come out with their story. and they had no idea of the contract, they had no idea of the medical release, they have no idea of this. But once you know, the question then gets stuck in your head, like, okay, how likely it is that they really didn't know and all of that happened by chance? Do you buy it? I don't. Personally, I don't. Delta Schlin, my ex asked for my medical history during the divorce. I sent him over 600 pages. Shit. Was he allowed to do that? Well, you had to send it, so... Oh my god. Well, that's a personal matter. It's none of my business, really. Now, Exhibit B, production protocols. No drugs, illegal substances, or use thereof will be tolerated at any time or place during the entire production, on camera or off camera. Penalty is immediate dismissal. Okay, this seems fair. No smoking or vaping on camera without producer's prior permission. No smoking or vaping by minors under any circumstances. So if you want to say I need a cigarette pause while filming Untucked, you cannot. They have to tell you, yes, you can go out for smoking. Number 3, no still photography, sound, or video recording by a participant or any person invited. This is pretty evident why. Can you imagine if they refilmed, like, there is a section in the contract in which they say you should reenact things that happened if we ask you to reenact them. Can you imagine if a queen had a phone and they would record the producing saying, oh, that joke that you made with Gottmik, you have to do it again. Twice, 3 times. And then that goes on the internet. People would get crazy. So, of course, you cannot record anything while you are filming on Drag Race. Of course. Number 4, no weapons. Of course. Of course. That's more than understandable. Number 5. No participant shall speak to any member of the press or allow him or herself to be interviewed by any person or entity unless otherwise approved by the producers. This, of course, was in the contract already. Number 6, no violence or threat of violence will be tolerated. This is bullshit, because we had threats of violence and nothing happens. As a matter of fact, Candy got a very nice redemption edit and ended up as first alternate for the season. So this threats of violence thing, it's bullshit. We've seen it happen. They didn't do anything about it. Number 7, essential medication or medical supplies required by participant must be disclosed to producer in advance of production. And this, I think, in a way, it's legitimate, because if you are stuck in your hotel room and you cannot go out unless they tell you, yes, you can come out to that now because, you have to have breakfast, you have to have lunch, you have to have dinner, you need to come and film. So, of course, if you are in need of essential medication or medical supplies, you have to tell them in advance so that they can be prepared in order to supply them to you. It will be better for you. It will be better for them. It's more than legitimate. Number 8, participant who are not of legal drinking age may not consume alcohol. I don't think they ever had anyone. No, I don't think. They never had anyone younger than 21 to appear on the show, and legal drinking age in the U.S. is 21. So, but they just put it there. I don't know why. Maybe because in the future they want younger queens, so they already have it in there. I don't know. I have no idea. Fantasia from the chat. Did Leslie Jones get to record then? Well, Leslie was not. Come on. Leslie was invited. I'm sure she signed the contract. but nowhere near this. I mean, if you're Leslie Jones, would you sign anything like this? It doesn't matter how much you love Drag Race, you don't sign things like this. I mean, of course they have an agreement, of course there is some form of contract between them, and of course she was professional about it, but you know, you cannot compare any anonymous queen to Leslie Jones. Number 9, participants of legal drinking age may consume alcohol in a legal manner, but if producer deems such consumption to be excessive or unruly, producer reserves the right to take necessary action to control the situation. What does it mean? They take the bottle away from you. They tie you to a chair. You cannot drink. Or disallow alcohol consumption to continue. Participants must follow producer's legal direction and instructions when given. I don't understand what this means in the context of a rule that tells you about alcohol. What does it mean? If I am drunk, I have to follow what the producers tell me and the instructions. Like, here, you're drunk, here, drink a coffee. But I'm allergic to caffeine, drink a coffee. You signed it. It's in the rules. You have to do it. Oh my God. Laura Jujubee has entered the chat. Oh yes. But I might tell you something. That Black Velvet lip sync that Jujubee did is one of my all-time favorites. And if she was sober, I can guarantee you it wouldn't have been so iconic. You know, the fact that she was drunk as fuck made it the iconic lip sync that it is today. Anderson says, allegedly, Tatiana was 20 at the time of recording, but that's only a rumor as far as I know. That's good to know. That's good to know. I was under the impression that you had to be 21 based on the fact that if you go on the Wikipedia page, to check the age of the queens during filming, the minimum that you find is always 21. And I think that has to do with the fact of the legal drinking age, because they used to have Absolute as one of the main sponsors for the show. So, you know, the last thing that you want is to end up in court because you served alcohol to a person that was not of drinking age, especially if much of the money that comes in for producing the show comes from a company that produces alcoholic beverages. So that is the reason why I think they were all 21. You wouldn't risk your ass on something like that. That's, you know, providing alcohol to minors is a serious offense. Now, participant may not negligently or willfully damage any location or any of the personal property of producer, Viacom, or of the other participants. So, you cannot steal Ariel's wig. That's you agree not to steal Ariel's wig. Number 11, participant will be responsible for providing their own clothing and personal items unless otherwise agreed with the producer. So you have to do, of course, this was in the contract already. I don't see why it should be in this section, but you know, just for making it a little bit clearer, you are responsible for everything unless they decide to give it to you and you agree that that will be given to you. Number 12, all participants must abide by the rules contained herein. Why would you even put it here? I mean, you have this section that's called production protocol. You know, protocols are applicable to participants. Whatever. Number 13, participants must obey all the laws and regulation, accept full responsibility for their behavior and action, and will not be protected by producer from any violation of the law. Of course, you are responsible for yourself. It's not that just because you are filming for World of Wonder, then you can do whatever the fuck you want and they will pay the price for it. Number 14. Producer may at any time and at its sole discretion add, remove, or replace participants, including, by way of example, if it determines in its sole discretion that participant is incapacitated and unable to continue the program, or if it determines that participant is disruptive to the production of the program or any of the other participants. Which basically means they can throw you out for whatever reason. What does it even mean that you are being disruptive of the production? If you are tired, or if you claim to not feel well for filming, for example, how can they say that that constitutes a disruption? I don't know. It's 3 in the morning. I'm starting to lose it. Number 15, enforcement. Enforcement of the rules shall be at producer's sole discretion, which means these rules will apply to some and will not apply to some others at their sole discretion. So if they fail to enforce the rule on one occasion, it doesn't mean that that rule doesn't exist anymore. It just means that they can do whatever the fuck you want. And in fact, that shall not preclude the producer from enforcing the rules on another occasion or with respect to a different participant. Which is the case, for example, of Candy Muse. She threatened to be violent towards someone. And even though that is a violation of the protocol, nothing was done. But if someone else did and they wanted to, you know, fire it, they wanted to, how can I say, for some reason, they decided to apply. I'm sorry, there's something wrong with me. What the hell is going on? What the hell is going on? Is it too hot in here? Oh God. Number 16. Participants may be disqualified and ejected from the project in the sole discretion of producer, including without limitation, for any of the following reasons. If it wasn't clear enough, they can disqualify you based on whatever the hell they want. Fantasia top, don't get sick on the live. I'm not getting sick, but I think it's getting too hot in here. And or maybe I'm tired. I don't know. I had a moment, you know, when you have a moment and you're like, I need a moment. No, I'm not getting sick. It's just that reading this thing is very consuming mentally. And it's also pretty late in the night, even though I prepared yesterday night by staying awake until 4 in the morning. So, you know, we are almost at the end. So let's finish this so that we are done with it. And then we can chill. So, reasons for being disqualified. In case of breach of the agreement, of course. In case participant is causing harm to a location, him or herself, any other participant or other person, or any personal property. In case of ill health or health-related matters, which means, like it happened to Eureka, if they decide that you're not fit anymore, they can send you home. In case of withholding any information or providing any false or misleading information to producer. What do they mean withholding? What do they mean by that? You know? Oh, maybe, wait, maybe they mean, because after this, there is the background check. So maybe in case you didn't disclose things that you were supposed to disclose. Number E, in case of the impeding of the work of the production team. It's like you can give a blowjob to the cameraman if he has to work, because you are impeding his work. In the case of willful misconduct or unlawful conduct as determined by producer at its sole discretion. So it's not even defined. If they say that you are that your conduct is misconduct in their own judgment, then it is, including but not limited to stealing or misappropriation of property. Do you remember RuPaul's Iron Fist shoes that Willem tried to steal? Harming other participants or crew members, acts of violence, etc. Violating any rule relating to the project or any instruction of the producer. For example, you cannot do that character for Snatch Game. You will have to do something else. But I don't have anything else. You will have to do something else. These are my instructions. Do it or go home. Attempting to cheat, rig, or otherwise falsely, unfairly, or illegally influence or alter the outcome of the project. Don't steal Ariel's wig. That's important. That's important. She will fail the challenge if you do. Number 17. Any participant removed in any of these circumstances may be replaced at the sole discretion of producer at any time by an alternate participant. Which, you know, for me, it kind of makes me think, because what if, and I'm putting it out there, what if things like these actually do happen very often? You know, and they come out and say, we should, you know, we will disqualify this person. But in order to not having two people disqualified every season, what they simply do is to put them on purpose in the bottom and then send them home, instead of having to go through the disgrace of being disqualified because you smoked a joint with cameraman number 3, or you gave a blowjob to talent handler number 45. They simply say, okay, you went home because you lost a lip sync, not because you were disqualified for giving a blowjob to cameraman number 47. And it makes you think. It kind of makes you think. Number 18. In producer's sole discretion, participant may be transported from the location for medical and other reasons without participant prior approval. Any event or the production of the program may be delayed if necessary, as determined in the discretion of the producer. This is interesting because Candy said that she didn't want to go to the hospital and they didn't force her to go to the hospital. So this is proof again that all of these rules, they are in there so that they can be applied to some people but not to some other people, which I think it's very unfair. Imagine the stress of going into Drag Race and, you know, with everything that goes into going to Drag Race, the money that you invested, the contract, your management, the exclusivity period, you're in there, you are filming, and you see that maybe you are in a condition in which all of these rules apply to you, but they don't apply to other people. How triggering would that feel? It's really stressful. I would feel very, very stressed because, you know, I would already have, for example, the judges giving me bullshit critique, not recognizing my talent. And then I see that some rules apply, but only to some people. Other people have the luxury of being able to do whatever the fuck they want without any kind of consequences. It would take really a huge mental toll on me. I would probably get crazy. I would get completely crazy. I would lose it. I would completely lose it. That's why I think it is so important to never... If you can support the queens that go on Drag Race, even with just a nice word, you know, like on Twitter, like, oh, you did amazing, then do it. If you have any kind of critique or any kind of feedback, you know, you keep it to yourself because they're really already going through a lot. Number 19, participants have the right and the duty to report to the producer any breach of safety or any behavior or circumstances that they believe might endanger anyone on the production, or the presence of any illegal drugs that they believe to be unreported or undetected. This is interesting. So you have to spy on other people for them. Number 20. Participant acknowledge that this is a competition, really, and participant will abide by the decision of producer, however determined regarding elimination of contestants on an episode by episode basis or otherwise. In addition, participant will abide by producer's requirement regarding the sequestering of contestants, if any, once they have been eliminated. So if for some reason they tell you, listen, even though you went home first, we are going to keep you until the very end in the hotel, you have to stay in the hotel alone watching Paramount Plus. Number 21, participants are responsible for any damages they cause at the hotel. Of course, this was in the contract already. Number 22, producer may require participants to have your bag and luggage searched to ensure compliance with protocols. And even though they write may require, I would put my money on the fact that they search everybody's luggage. They cannot afford a phone to sneak in there. They cannot afford drugs to sneak in there. So I think they search everyone. They should search everyone. It's also a matter of safety. Number 23. Producer may modify or add these rules at any time, whether in writing or orally, and participants shall be bound thereby, which means they can come to you, make some bullshit rule up that doesn't apply to anybody else but only you, and you have to go along with that. And that's it. Now we have emergency medical release, which of course, you know, this part I really don't like. If something happens to you and you are not in a condition to decide for yourself, they basically will decide for you. Either them or the doctor that will have you, you know, will answer for you. So in case of emergency, you authorize producer, any of its subsidiaries, corporation or affiliates, and any of their employees, representative, contractors to arrange for the provision of medical and psychological assistance to me as they determine to be necessary. You also authorize any licensed physicians, psychologists, therapists, medical facilities to provide any medical or surgical care and any hospitalization to me, including anesthetics, which they determine necessary or advisable, pending receipt of a specific consent from me. Consent that you can give as long as you're still conscious. If you're not conscious, it is how it is. Next up, agreement to mediate and arbitrate. And I will just go very fast through this. So basically, the entire mediation proceeding shall be deemed to be confidential, and no transcript or other permanent record of the meeting shall be made or kept. And this is the interesting part, because if nothing of this is public, it means that any other queens will not have any kind of incentive in saying, okay, I'm going to fight this because that other person fought it in this specific manner and they won, so I could do the same. Or for reaction of the public, you know, a lot of things would come out public. It wouldn't look good. Especially if World of Wonder would lose in arbitration. So this is one of those things that you don't get if you go through the public court, because by the very definition, all the documentation is public. It might be difficult to access because some of it might be on the internet, some can be only requested in person, but it is technically public. When it's within mediation and arbitration, it is not. And of course, there is all the procedure. This is not really interesting to us. If you want to go through it, I can send you the contract, but you know, this is the part that interested me, which is confidentiality, that says all aspects of the arbitration proceeding shall be completely confidential and shall not be disclosed. Now, for the purposes of any judicial proceeding on the decision and award, including without limitation confirmation proceeding, the parties stipulate and agree to request a court order or orders requiring that all records of the arbitration proceeding be filed under seal. I really need to go to sleep. This I cannot even read anymore. This thing completely destroyed me. What's Exhibit A? Assumption of risks and release of liability. Well, they basically say if you fuck with somebody else and you get something, that's on you. That's on you. And the last thing, the very, very last thing that you have on the contract is the background check questionnaire. So, what do you give to them? Well, you give them your full legal name, social security number, date of birth, your country identifier and type, your phone number, email address, and then they ask you, if you are known under any other name, list them, which of course I think includes also your drag name. Then they ask you where you were born, what's your legal status in the country, and then they ask you specific questions, like, have you been arrested for a crime in the past 7 years? And if yes, provides the date and nature of the incidents. This information, and they tell you already, will be used so that they can easily recover your records. Okay, this is why you are providing it, so that they know, okay, you have been arrested in this county, then they will go to that county office and get the record so that they can get into it. Of course, World of Wonder will not do this. They hire a company to do it. And they ask you if you have ever been convicted for a crime, if you have ever been registered as a sex offender, if you are currently on bond, if there are any outstanding warranty of any kind against you, if you've been arrested by the military, if you are ever being convicted for a crime by a military court, or if you ever filed or was filed against, or a restraining order was ever filed against you. A restraining order or protective order or civil harassment case against you. And there you have all your nice things that you need to fill so that they can turn you inside out. Damn. Fantasia, I have to fill that out for all my jobs, literally. I don't think it would be legal in here to ask these questions. They also ask you this is the part that says media. Please list the names and complete addresses of all current and former social media networking service, website, and other online services, as well as for all mobile social media. So they want to know everything about your social presence. Sozov, they clearly didn't scan everyone's social media prior to show appearance. Yes, of course. And then they ask you, other than those sources noted above, have you or any other person or entity posted photos or video images of yourself in any media, including but not limited to any printed material, website, photo, internet-based or mobile video sharing, or social networking service, or microblogging? If you know if anybody posted anything about you, you should report this in here. How is this even practical? If you are, if you aren't an entertainer, how is this even practical? This is crazy. And the very last part is basically the background check. Edward Myers and Associates will be the ones performing the background check. So there is all a release in here. And that's it. That's it. Let's go back to the, where is it? Nope, this one. And we are done with the contract. I am completely burned out. This thing's killed like 5% of my neurons. It's easier when you read it by yourself. When you have to read it out loud and explain it and start making examples out of it, it consumes you. It really sucks up all of your energies. I will probably have to like sleep 8 hours to recover from this. So we made it to the end. That's incredible. I didn't think we would manage to finish tonight, but seriously, since next Sunday, we're already coming back for the chop for All Stars. When could we ever finish this damn contract? I mean, this is something that I really wanted to do for a very long time, since I came on stream the first time 18 months ago. One of the first things that I said was like, I would love to do a live stream for the contract, like going through the contract, reading everything, compare notes, start contextualizing things a little bit with everything that happened in the past season and see if there is any connection with what's in the contract. This is something that I wanted to do for a very, very long time. If I had any idea what I was getting into, I don't think I would have probably done it, to be honest. This thing is consuming, but at least I can say not only I read the whole contract on my own, we also did it on stream. We also did it on stream, which is an achievement. I consider that a personal achievement. I'm happy about it. I'm really happy about it. We are like, what, 5 people who made it to the end? We should all shake hands and give each other a hug. A consolation hug. Del, we did it. We did. Fulani. That's probably the point of making the contract so cumbersome. They know that even if a queen does get through it, it probably isn't understandable. While reading this contract, I was thinking exactly the same. It looks like they really went out of their way to make it as difficult as you possibly can. Like, for example, I actually have an image in here that I wanted to show you, but then I thought, well, maybe Google will not be happy about it. But you know, since it's like we are like 3 people in here, I can show you. This is an example of my contract with Google for YouTube, and it's very different. Where is it? Oh great, I removed it from here. Is it this? Yes, it's this Google contract. And this is, I just wanted to show you an example. This is just what I had at hand. In the contract with Google, section 1 is clearly defined and says, section 1, definition. 1.1, what is an affiliate? Number 2, what is an agreement? Number 3, what's brand features? Number 4, what's commerce content? Number 5, what's commerce product? And so on and so forth. This is a contract that was written so that it's easy for you to understand, you know. I get it that sometimes, you know, reading a contract might feels like try to decrypt something, but there are ways in which you can make it easier on the person that has to read it and interpret it, like for example having the very first section with all the definitions, so that every time that you use a word you know exactly where to go. You go to the top of the contract and you read your definition. In the Drag Race contracts, definitions are spread out everywhere. You don't have a section in the beginning in which you say, okay, this is exclusivity period, this is material, this is additional materials, this is grant of rights, this is, you know, you don't have this. Everything is defined everywhere. Whenever it's convenient to them to define something, then they define it. And that doesn't make it any easier, especially when it comes to additional materials. That was the thing that, you know, it was out of my mind. It really made me crazy, because they said in one section, okay, go to section, example, 5.b. You go to section 5.b and they tell you, go to section 2.f. That's, I mean, what the fuck is that? This is not an Easter egg hunt. This is a contract. Why don't you have a clear definition from the very, very beginning? This is crazy. This is why I say it looks like this contract is made so that it's even more difficult for you to read it and understand it. Fantasia, thanks for educating me. I'm not in the position of educating anybody, but I hope it encouraged you to read the contracts. Felicia, I'm still here, just quiet because there is so much to wrap in my head around. I call the exploitation document. Felicia, you survived as well. An handshake and a pat on the back to you as well. Fantasia, my dad had to sign a contract for the thing yesterday, and I asked them to explain everything that had a price next to it. I'm proud of you. Eddie, yay us. Trotty, thank you for reading it. Thank you for coming. You know, it goes both ways. It goes both ways. You know what we need? We need a cigarette. We need a cigarette, and tomorrow I will celebrate and open that bottle of wine. She's been in the fridge for too many months. And, well, since we're here and we are just, you know, left with the intimate, we are in a kind of intimate situation. No, that's not what I wanted to say. What did I want to say? Well, whatever. It's the last survivors, let's say it like this. I actually wanted to publish 3 videos before All Stars starts. And, well, I couldn't make it. I simply couldn't make it. I had so much to do. I managed to get the Down Under video out, but I really, really wanted to make these 3 videos, and I don't know if I will have time to do it. I really wanted to make like a prelude like I did for season 13, but for All Stars. And I think I will pass on that one. I will have to sacrifice that one. then I really wanted to have the 10 lip sync commandment out, mostly because inside the video, even though we won't make any coins on the video whatsoever, and it took really hundreds of hours to make, like literally, I'm not lying, it took 150 hours the first time I made it, and a good couple hundred hours to upgrade it and redo basically everything. And I really wanted to have it out because even though we don't make money on that, at least there is an advertisement for the shop inside. So if that video manages to go viral, it won't matter if YouTube doesn't suggest our content. There is an advertisement in that. So maybe people will be curious and say, okay, what is this show? What do they do? It will help. Coffee, soft and supple. It's the intimate crew. Felicia, I so appreciate the time you spent going through the contract. I won left and am too lazy to get more. Oh, you have one left. Oh, one cigarette left. Well, I managed to quit a couple of weeks ago, and then shit happened, and I got stressed, and I picked it up again. I was really on a good roll. Like, in a matter of 2 weeks, I had smoked like 4 or 5 cigarettes. I'll try again as soon as I can. Coffee, it means so much that you did this. Thank you for everything. You're welcome. It also means so much to me, like to me, for me. I really wanted to do this. I'm happy that you guys tagged along. Sozzles, I'm really happy to have found your videos and this community. Thank you. Thank you. I don't have like dream of grandiosity, making thousands and thousands of dollars on this. I mean, the channel is the way it is. I am the way I am. This is not commercial. So, we'll never get to a certain level, like Bass's level, for example. Not even close to that. There is no way. And it's fine. I'm at peace with that. I don't have the need to get there because I do understand that I do things differently. Sometimes I am very objective, very professional, very understanding in a way. Some other times, I'm just pissed. I will start to be more vulgar. I will start to be less understanding because I am pissed. And if this was a business, you cannot afford to be pissed while you are working. That's the whole point of it. So accepting that you will never get to a certain level also, in a way, gives you the liberty to say, okay, this is not work. This is my hobby, so I have some leverage on the things that I can, and I like that. What I don't like is that the moment you give up on those sort of things, in a way, YouTube stops suggesting you to other people. People that want to talk about the topics that we discuss in here and the way we discuss them, they are clearly a minority. There is no doubt about that. But in the law of big numbers, it's a bigger minority than the one we currently have. So I would appreciate some help from YouTube to reach all the other people out there that would like to discuss those topics or would be happy to benefit by the fact that we have this kind of discussions and so on. That is my only problem with it. My only frustration from it. This is the right word, frustration. Because I don't want to be viral. I just want to reach as many people who are there, who are interested in engaging in this kind of topics. I think this is the correct way to state it. So we'll see. we'll see what happens. I mean, it's going good. It is good since I started getting this new direction for the channel. Of course, things have changed, but after the change is that none of the subscribers from before are interested in what I'm doing now. That's the change. But the numbers are growing, so it's growing. It's just growing really, really, really slowly. Like, I released the first episode of the shop, and we had like 800 views in the first 24 hours. Then the second, the third, the fourth. By the time we went to mid-season, in 24 hours, it was 1,500. And then right now it's about 2,000. And, you know, we get more and more people in the live stream when I do the reviews for the show. So it is growing. It's just really, really, really slow. So, you know, sometimes you just wish people would not come and tell you things like, I didn't receive a notification for this. Oh, sorry. It's like 3:30 in the morning. I'm not connecting anymore. Felicia, I'm thinking of stopping smoking. Yes. Move to vaping. I know it's douchebaggy, but it helps and it's less harmful. Laura, thanks for spending the time with us. Sozzles, I appreciate that you are always true to yourself. There's no bullshit, no gloss, it's real. Yeah, and you know, when you do things like this, it's also easier to tie everything together, you know. You don't always have to put on a face. You don't, I mean, I try to manage myself, you know. I try to understand the fact that there are things that I don't know, and I always need to keep reminding myself, careful in what you say, because there might be things that you are missing, and if you knew them, you would reason differently and come to different conclusions. So whenever you open your mouth to speak, since you have the luxury of having people that are listening to you, at least extend them the courtesy of reminding yourself to not be too extreme in the way you convey your opinions, because you might always miss something. And at the end of the day, whenever, you know, it's a privilege to have people that listen to you, not a right. So if you have people listening to you, you have to have some sort of control, you know, some sort of courtesy, which is fine, and it's very different from putting on a face. That I cannot do. When you have, you know, come on, when you go out in the world, you have to put on a face for everything. You have to put on a face on work. Sometimes you have to put on a face with your family. Sometimes, not always, but sometimes you have to, you know, since this is free time, you know, things that you do not because you have to, but because you get pleasure from it. It relieves stress from your life doing it. If then you have to put on a face, then fuck it. What the hell one is supposed to do to relax in this world? Fantasia, you know, did your views go up after Bob and Monet promoted your video? Oh, when fans go too far, I told you already, but if for anyone else that is still listening, basically what happened is that since in that video there are some things that are considered controversial, like people touching queens, for example. Even though I'm not showing anything, okay, the video is not even flagged as only for over 18. I was very careful in cutting out things, not showing too much, in order to abide by YouTube rules. Since the comments on the videos were so direct about what they thought was happening, then YouTube demonetized the video. Now, it's not necessarily a problem that they demonetize it. The problem is, when a video is not monetized, they will not suggest it anymore. And I did it on stream last year when this happened, that from a moment to another, the moment the video was demonetized, you could see the views going from 800 an hour down to 20 an hour, like this. And they stayed there. So that video was revived for a little bit because people came in from the link, but then it went back into its sandbox. So yeah, I mean, it is how it is. Did by any chance catch the fracking video? No, I don't think so. Fulani, thanks for your labor of love. I love your channel. Thank you. Thank you. The chop really helps break down the overproduction of the show. Yeah, I hope it opens up discussions that we should be having. I mean, you've seen the contract. They go through all of this shit. So they should be extended some courtesy instead of being treated as commodities. I'm talking about the queens. Lysander, hello, welcome. You need an Instagram? No. Twitter is enough social media for me. C. Zion says, I want to make a long-form video about Drag Race Down Under. By all means. Or you should. I don't have the time for that. I don't have the time for that. I have a million ideas and a million of things I actually engage with my time, and I never finish any. So it will just be 90 minutes of rage. Oh, by the way, when I did the Down Under video, I was really hard on Riz. I was really hard on him. I called him without talent. My God. My God. What was I thinking? I mean, I don't enjoy him, and I stand by it. I don't enjoy him. To me, it looked like everything he was saying was coming in from an earpiece. I don't like his timing. I don't know. I don't like him. I don't enjoy him. But, you know, calling him talentless was wild. It was really wild. My God. Oh my God. You see what happens when you are... My problem is with Down Under, all the shitty production that was on it, but if for some reason you are not in full control of yourself, the risk that you run into is that you transfer that by pure virtue of association. You know, just because you are a judge in there, you are automatically associated if I'm being triggered in some manner. That's the only thing that I regret about that video. I don't regret anything else, not even the language. You know, at some point you're just pissed. You know, you're not calling for lynching anybody, but at least, you know, you are allowed to vent a little bit. Fantasia, do you think that we will ever do viewers call sometimes in this season? Yes, we will definitely do it. But you know, last time I really wasn't satisfied with the quality that I provided last time. So you know, I have a saying that applies to me and everybody else. It's okay if you fuck it up. but you need to learn from that. Don't fuck it up in the same way or worse in the future. Otherwise, you lose the privilege of the benefit of the doubt. And since I want to keep having that privilege, next time I do something like that, I want to be more organized. So I looked out for softwares that will allow me to do that. I already settled on something which comes from Google, but I will, in order to obtain it, I will use the funds that comes from the Patreon. It's not much, it's $8 a month, but still these are donations, and I don't want to waste them. I don't want to grab on the first software that comes along, just thinking, oh, it's not my money, I shouldn't care about it. I want to have it worth. So that I can say, whenever I use this software, I can say this is sponsored by the Patreon. This is thanks to the people that help me on Patreon. So that I have an excuse to thank them, actually. And I don't want to waste it. So I need to take some time to try these different softwares. And because right now I have 4 in mind. One is from Microsoft, one is from Google, which looks the most promising, then there is Zoom, and the 4th one that I cannot recall the name. So I want to test all of them, see which one is the best, and then I will actually pay for one, and so that I have the freedom to use it for the channel. And since it looks like my computer can hold up those kind of things, start having calls again, and maybe start having guests. I would like to, in the future, I like entertaining the idea of having collaborations with other people that I really like, and I would really love to have to host a show with them. It's an important step. It's not just so that people can call in. If it was just people calling in, I could use free software, for example, because if it's one-on-one conversations, it's for free. You pay more for the luxury of having virtual meetings. How are they called? I'm starting losing the words, not only my voice. You can hear the difference. This is my normal voice. This is how I talk day by day. This is my normal way of existing. Then when I'm excited, my voice goes up, and go like, yay! When I'm starting to get destroyed, like I'm not even here, it's just my body. This is how it goes. Where are the comments? What was I reading? Sozzles would need a translator for my accent. You're already, if you can understand me, you're already pretty good. Coffee, that was funny. That's how you felt at the time, #passion. Oh, for Riz, oh my god. Everyone is entitled to their opinion. Yes, we always say this. Everyone is entitled to their opinion, but in a way there is also a tiny bit of responsibility. You cannot just go out and speaking completely unfiltered. A little bit, doesn't have to be too much, but a little bit of filtering. Coffee, you said some funny shit about Riz, or Rice, or shake the Riz, or roll the dice. I called him the oldest twink alive. Then that's not a lie. With that amount, he looks younger than he is, already on his own. But then, the amount of filtering that they put on him, sometimes I was looking at the show and thinking, this kid is 14. I don't know, it was kind of unsettling to me. Fantasia, so very unpopular opinion. I enjoy Drag Race Down Under. You enjoy shit shows. Let's be honest. You like it. You enjoy it. You giggle. You know. I mean, I enjoy a good shit show as well. But then, you know, in a way, when I start seeing everything that happens to these people outside because it was a shit show, I start to get angry, you know? I'm not angry because it was a shit show in and of itself. I mean, I'm old enough to be able to have a good time with almost anything. I will always find something enjoying in whatever happens, and I'm happy about it. It's no problem. I enjoy a good train wreck. The problem is that then you have the internet exploding. Then you have these queens that signed the contract and it was a complete shit show. Then you have people that had to refilm lip syncs day after. Then you have people who get fucked up on the internet because once they wore a dress, and since they are associated to another contestant who did a ton of shit, then they should be prosecuted as well by the court of public opinions. It starts to become a little bit too much to take in, you know. At some point I have a limit as well. Felicia, I'm enjoying Drag Race Spain. I haven't watched it yet, but everybody is telling me it's so much better. Coffee, Fantasia, it's not an unpopular opinion. I just didn't watch after episode 3. You know, I didn't even finish the last episode. Some episodes I watched like halfway. I couldn't finish it. You know, at some point it started getting triggering. Coffee, who won? Kita, of course. Zion. I'm from New Zealand, so I enjoyed it despite the bullshit. Felicia, have you looked into StreamYard for call-in? Not yet, but I'll tell you what. Let me grab a post-it so that I can write it down, and I will check it up. And I'll put it here. There we go. Noble, I'm thankful for you and your transformative content. Is that a fair use read? Sozos, Riz not gonna be a future guest then. Oh, in here we cannot afford him. We cannot afford anyone. There is somebody that I actually invited, somebody that has a channel. And the first thing that I said was, would you like to do this? But I cannot pay you. And I make like $3, $4 for the live stream. So, you know, if you would like to do it, just because you would like to do it. And she said, yes, why not? Why not? We can try. And then, you know, I had problems. We received a copyright strike, and then my computer seems like it was going to die. Then I formatted it and took a series of steps to optimize it as much as I could to speed it up, you know. And so it could be doable. We will see if it will happen. Fulani, I'm hoping for Drag Race Thailand Season 3. They upped the ante with their costumes. I think it was cancelled. Because nothing happened for a very, very long time. But it could be. If it becomes economically viable, somebody will pick it up for sure. Fantasia, I must say I fell asleep on the last episode after the runway, so I never saw after that, but I knew ketamine would win. They better work for exposure. Oh yeah. Did you check out Todrick Hall's new CD? Of course I did. I mean, it's Todrick Hall. I wouldn't miss it for the world. Right? Like, what's in there? A fourth iteration of that Heel song? How was it called? You know, that one that goes and... my this, my this, you know, that one. The one that he redid like 5 times. No, I don't like Todrick. You know that I don't like Todrick. You know, every time I say I don't like, it means I don't enjoy it. It doesn't mean I go out of my way to shit on him. It's fun to shit on Todrick. I will acknowledge that. It is fun. It's very easy to make fun of Todrick Hall. And when I do it without malice, because it makes me giggle when I realize that Todrick goes online and starts selling dollar store stuff to his fans just because it was his, and they say, oh, I will sign you this thing that costs really 50 cents at the dollar store exclusively from me, and he sells it to his fans. Come on, it's giggly, you know. It makes him look like he really likes money, like he would fuck the hell out of a $5 bill if it had an ass. That's how it looks, which makes me giggle. I mean, I don't have any ill intent toward him. I mean, he is doing great. He is exploiting everything in a very smart way. He is a good dancer. I'm not sure that I would call him a very talented one. But he knows what he's doing. He's doing well for himself, and good for him. But still, it makes me giggle, you know. Or you better work for exposure. It's, come on, how can you pass on that? It's a nice laugh. It's... Wind of Gust. Even if humans knew the vast life of the universe, ketamine will still be the chosen one. They had no other choice. I mean, again, I kept, since episode like 10 of Drag Race season 13, I was like, I am Team Candy. It would be so gaggy if Candy was crowned. People will lose their shit. Like, literally lose their shit. You know? I would like to see it the same way in which you would say, you know, I hate volcanoes explosions, for example, but it would be mesmerizing to be able to watch up close. You know, yes, it's destructive, yes, it's dangerous, yes, but still, it would be mesmerizing to watch. So I was like, it would have been mesmerizing if they crowned Scarlet. It would have been incredible to watch. There is nothing that I enjoy more than seeing people lose their shit for no apparent reason whatsoever. I mean, I would never go out of my way to provoke that because I'm not an asshole. But if in nature it happens to happen, then I want a front seat. Please give me a front seat. I want to see that. You know, I don't endorse it. I don't provoke it. I'm not a troll. I'm absolutely against that kind of shit. But if it happens naturally and organically, I want a fucking front seat. I will, I will sip all of it. All of it. Fantasia, I will send you a t-shirt from the concert because you got the wrong bitch. All songs available on your nearest streaming service. Are you talking about Todd Recall? No, please, no. Signature note, I'm so late. Oh yeah, you're like 5 hours late. Well, at least you dropped by to say hello. I appreciate that. Sauces, I like Todrick's music. It's a guilty pleasure. Yeah, I understand guilty pleasures. There are some very shitty music I listen to, which are guilty pleasures. Felicia, I definitely would have lost my shit if Candy won. Sozo, you're an agent of chaos. No, I'm not, but I do enjoy it. Signature note, imagine a year where Candy and Scarlet were crowned. It would have been majestic. The internet would have imploded. Oh, yes. Yes. You're still on here, though. Yeah, I am. I mean, we finished with the contract, I think, half an hour ago. Now we're just chilling. You know, I'm used to do the streams and then have a little bit of chill time. You know, go through the comments, add a little bit of a chit chat. It's relaxing. It's for me, it's like integral part of the streams. You know, you have a part that it's pure show, you know, in which you actually do a show, talk about a topic or do a review or whatever it is, and one part that it's just interaction. You know, it's like we're sitting on a table and having an healthy, not debate, an healthy conversation. You know, you tell me what you think, I tell you what I think. We also have a little bit of time to touch on topics that maybe I don't necessarily talk in the videos or on the main part of the live stream, because it's more like an intimate kind of situation, you know. I like it. For me, it's rewarding. So I do it. You know, I should probably charge for it, since a lot of people do, but it would be a real hassle move. Like, well, listen, it's 4 in the morning and we finished reading the contract, so let me open up a little bit more, because I think some things are really ridiculous. People put everything up for sale, which is crazy to me. I mean, yeah, I'm from a different generation. That's the point. I think that's the whole point. That I'm from a different generation, but I don't know. For me, it's crazy that people sell human interaction. And they make a ton of money out of it. That's crazy. That's even more crazy. I mean, if Cameo, for example, is not like a prime example of this, I don't know what it is. Good God. Good God. Of course, I don't mean to shit on anyone. Everybody does whatever is comfortable in doing. See, Zion, imagine if Taste won UK Season 2. Why not? Why not? I would have been okay with that. Felicia, at Scarlet or Candy won, it would have been the end of Drag Race. Or a new beginning. You know, the age of messiness. Fulani, has anyone purchased a cameo from a Drag Race queen? Was it worth the price? Thinking about getting one. See, Zion, Kita's cameos are like $80, and I'm just not that supportive. Yeah, cameos are very expensive. That's not something that I would appreciate as a present for me, for example. Like, well, my partner knows he would never do that. It's like, I'm not the kind of person that, yeah, you mean when you really like someone, it's nice, to have this thing, oh my god, they are saying my name, oh my god, they are referring to me, it's like, that feels great, that's like, it feels like there is a connection, but there is not. There is a connection in there, yes, it's a wire transfer. That's the connection. I mean, I don't see the allure for me to see somebody pretending like they have something to tell me, or I don't know. But then again, there are people like Katya, for example, that they don't really do cameos. They perform a comedy for you. And that is something that I do understand. That I understand. It's another thing. It's on another level for me. Because you are performing a service. You're paying for a service, not for the illusion of a connection. Sozos, smoking and drinking a glass of milk, hanging with you guys. I cannot smoke in the house. I would never smoke in the house, even if I could. It's gross. I used to. I don't know how I ever done that. Signature note. Listen, Down Under boxed themselves in the funniest corners. Their choices were R number 1, R number 2, Eliminated, and Kita. Fantasia, shot count was 6, and 3 skipped for a tip. There were more in there. I counted, I think, a dozen when I first read the contract. I skipped some. Sozzles, some Twitch streamers make crazy amounts. Oh, yeah. I mean, if you go in that direction, you can see some crazy stuff. I mean, good for them, There are also younger people that do this as a career. So, in my eyes, it has another meaning, I am more like, yeah, it's nice. It's nice to get paid for your time. It is nice. But it's a different situation. It's still a different situation for me. Personally, I would prefer if YouTube gave me more reach instead of making more money. I would prefer a bigger reach, because after all, when you're making negligible amount, like really negligible amounts of money, the moment that you pay basic things for the channel, whatever is left is there. I mean, but I would trade it for a wider reach, like any day. If they told me things like, we take away your channel's monetization, but we will suggest your content 10 times more, I would definitely say yes, like immediately. Who gives a shit? I mean, after taxes and costs, we make like $100 a month from the YouTube monetization. I mean, if we were making like 1,000, yes, then I would be like, okay, I'll think about it for a moment. Oh God, I shouldn't be saying those things. I should be a little bit more private. Wind of Gust. Candy having been crowned would have been the start of the revolution against RuPaul, the true villain of the universe. I would have gagged for Candy to be crowned. I mean, watching the finale, for me, it was so funny because my partner he really got triggered every time. Well, not crazily triggered, but it pissed him off. You know what I would say? Come on, Candy can make it, you know, and I would take him seriously, you know, like talking seriously, and tell him, you know what, I think Candy really stands a chance because there is this and then there is that, and why would they do this if they already didn't have in mind that, you know, and try to be reasonable, but also try to convince him in a way that Candy actually had a chance, you know. And it would piss him off. So while we were watching the finale, based on all this reasoning that I did, you know, I made like a chart. Okay, it will be this person against this person and this person against this person if they want to crown Candy. If they want to crown Simone, it will be this person against this person and this person against this person. So the moment they showed the way they coupled them, it was in my Candy winning alternate scenario. So I was like, you see, they're going to crown Candy. And while they were lip syncing, you know, you have like a minute and a half with RuPaul saying the queen who will be advancing to the final lip sync is, and it's like, it's really 90 seconds. While she says all of that, it's 90 seconds. And for those 90 seconds, I was like harassing my partner with like, Candy, 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 come on, Candy, come on. I was living my best life. I gotta be honest. I was living my best life. Fantasia, I bought 2 fans from Silky for $10. I don't know how you feel about her, but I love her. Who's Silky? I don't know her. Signature note. Being meta, RuPaul judging modern day queens that are more talented than him is ridiculous. I don't even like to think about it. It's entertainment, you know. Everybody knows that. It's just entertainment. It's not the Olympics. Even though they call it the Olympics of drag, it's just, you know, I think the thing that doesn't sit right with me is the fact that this thing is not really disclosed, you know. They are not like, it's not, for many viewers, it's not clear that when the judges judge them, their judgment is for giggles. It's not a measure of how good they are or how bad they are. It's for the giggles, you know. It's not really disclosed. Like you know, when I tell you right now, when I tell you, oh, I hope Candy won for the giggles, you already have very clear in your mind that, you know, in my judgment, she is not necessarily better in makeup, better in dresses, better in performing, and so on. It's for the giggles, you know that. Which changes your approach if you consider my judgment very, very important. It completely changes the way you perceive my opinions. So I wished it was a little bit more disclosed, that it is for the giggles, it is for the drama, it's not the Olympics. Because then you have people outside, like, you know, judging queens saying, oh, but you were second out, she was a finalist. Ergo, You should be paid more, you should be paid less, or even worse, you should be treated better and you should be treated like shit. That's a side effect that I don't like. Signature note, your honesty is why I'm here, though, which is a good thing. You know, I always say if I would be more on the putting on a face side, I would start attracting people that I don't think I would honestly enjoy having a conversation with. So, you know, I'm not just doing it because I'm a good person. I am doing it because it brings me something that I want. So, just to make it, just to be you know, completely honest. Signature note, Candy full stop got eliminated. It wasn't even a double shantay. I agree with that as well, technically. But, you know, at some point, what the vast majority of people agrees on is that it was double shantay. So, since it's not that important, we are not about talking about nuclear research in here. I accept the definition that everybody came out with, which was double shantay. Signature, the gaslighting. Yes. He hated me. Fulani, oh my god, my bestie and I did the same thing, but we weren't trying to figure out Simone's best route to winning. Oh, but we were trying to figure out Simone's best route to winning. Yeah, it was funny. I mean, I had fun. I mean, the season was a shit show, so you have to make the best with what you have, you know. Felicia, one of my cats magically appears when I smoke. I have come to the conclusion he likes the way it smells. Maybe he made an association, you know? Maybe without even realize it. You smoke a cigarette and then you give them a treat. Or maybe you go outside, so you open the door and they get to go outside. Or maybe they really like the smell. You know, cats are weird. Sozzles, I love that you trolled your partner with candy. Good night, you guys. It's 3 a.m. here. Thank you for coming. Coffee shade rattle. Silky. Fantasia, how are you gonna get through All-Star 6 with that attitude? Silky gonna be there for a while. I don't know. Honestly, I don't know. You know, I thought about, my first idea was, okay, since I cannot be objective to Silky in the way I have been known to be objective toward any queens I ever reviewed, I need to do something. I need to leave out some sort of disclaimer. I have to. Like, you know, saying things like, I will not comment on Silky because I cannot be objective on Silky, so I will ignore that she exists. Or, please go, I will try to contain myself as best as I possibly can, but, you know, I've been thinking of ways in which I can disclose the fact that I have a very negative emotional feelings toward that person for what she did during lockdown. She and Shangela and Vanjie and every other asshole who got on vacation while people were dying. And I cannot contain it, you know. Most of the time I can contain the way I feel and, you know, put a very good layer of separation between the way I feel about something and what I objectively think about something. The vast majority of the time. In this case, I cannot guarantee that I can. And it needs to be disclosed one way or the other. So I still have a week to think about how the hell I'm going to relate to this, and I'm going to take full advantage of that. Signature note, yeah, Drag Race isn't reflective of a queen's value at all. Yes, it's entertainment, It's entertainment. Kevin Gomez, my partner trolled me with Silky. I like your partner. He's on my wavelength. Amateur season, I hope Kylie makes it to at least top 6. I will not settle for anything less than top 4. Kevin, I hope not, or is not as annoying. I think you're talking about Silky. Yeah. Silky was so carried on her season, and I hope that doesn't happen. Well, Silky and Eureka on the same season, I'm exhausted. My friend said we are going to watch the season on mute and it will still be loud. Oh my god. You know, when the cast came out, that they announced the cast, I was on Discord. Somebody said, oh my god, Silky and Eureka are on. And I was like, oh, fantastic. So we have loud and stupid in the same package. That was my gut reaction to it. Coffee, please don't ignore Silky. I have to know your thoughts. I have to also decide how am I going to relate to this thing. I need to really take a moment, sit down and choose a path that works for me, that it's also fair to, you know, the kind of, I don't want to say ideals, but, you know, the kind of things that I care about and I would like to convey through the content that comes from the channel, you know. Just because I'm pissed at Silky, I don't want people to think that I lost my shit, for example, you know, or that get a first impression of the channel from this and think you're an asshole for doing that. And they also have a point in thinking that. I don't want to get into that situation. So I need to find a solution, that is for sure. Signature, no, just drag Silky, it's your channel. No, I don't want to drag her because people online are really crazy and do crazy shit and really make these people's lives impossible. I don't like what she did. It hangers me. It really hangers me because I have personal things that have gone on during this lockdown, and what she did was really, really triggering for me, and all the other people that did it, because you have a ton of people dragging Silky for doing it. Then when it comes to Shangela, because it's Shangela, they conveniently shut the fuck up, and I'm like, you know, all three of you can go fuck yourselves. So, you know, I don't want to drag her because, you know, I don't want to fit in. You know, there are people who don't like her because she is loud, because the way she was portrayed, for no apparent reason, they just drag her. And I don't like that. I don't want to feed into that as much as I possibly can. So I will not drag her. Maybe, you know, I don't know. It's going to be a problem. That is definitely going to be a problem. Kevin, I know Vanjie didn't give a fuck. I saw she had dancers when they did the stream drag. Well, Shangela did some PR bullshit. I mean, out of the three of them, Silky was probably the best one. Out of the three of them. You know, she didn't even try to deny it. She still gave like some bullshit thing, like it's my thing, you guys shouldn't care about it, and blah 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 and blah blah blah. But it's not like she tried to hide it like Shangela did. Shangela was really the worst. Like really the worst. Like she made a picture of her donating food to the people of Puerto Vallarta because, oh, she loves that place so much, she's so good. I'm like, this is bullshit PR. You've been caught with your hands down somebody else's pants and you're trying to cover your ass. And then she took pictures with her mask off. Like, she literally pulled the mask down so that her smile would appear on the picture. I'm like, oh my, this is a new level of tone deaf. Like, really, you have to, if I had to do shit like that, I had to sit for a moment and think, how can I get to that level? It wouldn't come natural. I would need to really stop and think. It was too much. It was too much. Fulani, I don't know, Eureka is more annoying to me than Silky, but I'm not familiar with what Silky did during lockdown. She went on vacation. Fantasia, so All Stars come out Thursday, right before game night. Amateur season, Loud and Stupid plus 11 other legends. Kevin, my partner was saying how he likes Silky. I don't like Silky. He trolled me because I can't stand Silky. Signature note, Serena's a legend? I like Serena Cha-Cha. You know? Well, it's not like I go out of my way to find content related to Serena Cha-Cha. I like the idea that she's been offered this opportunity and she has a chance to showcase her growth. I like that. I wish we would get more of that. And this All-Star season feels like a redemption season, which is everything we've been asked for since they did the redemption runway in All-Stars 3. You know, these are the most promising seasons of All-Stars. This is exactly what we want. When people say this could be the best All-Star season ever, I agree with that. I agree, absolutely. Kevin, I get you. I don't feel like we should ever wish death. That's just out of line. Yeah, not only that, a ton of other things. People need to understand one thing. The moment you go out of your way to make somebody else miserable, not only you are not achieving your goal because you are bringing them publicity. So not only you want their bad. So not only you're not achieving your goals, but from the outside, when I look at you, what I think is, dear God, you're an idiot. You're an idiot. You're making a mock of yourself. You're trying to make somebody feel bad because of your own judgment. And you're not even being effective in what you're doing. If you want to destroy someone, you don't go on their social media page and leave insults. You know, there are many other ways, all legal, in which you can make somebody else's life miserable. So you're not even smart in that. You're a complete idiot. Like, you're a complete idiot. What the fuck are you doing? So, a lot of people are like, oh, we should condemn people who do this thing. No, we shouldn't condemn them. We should laugh at them because they're idiots. We should we should ridicule them and have an honest laugh and point out how idiotic and moronic it is. We don't need to stand the high ground and say, oh, it's not right to do this kind of things. We should spread joy and we should spread support. And I'm like, yeah, apart from the fact that it sounds like a crock of shit because I don't have to spread joy. That's I'm not Jesus Christ. So, no. But, if you do that kind of shit, you're an idiot. Like a huge idiot. Come on. And he also looks like you don't have a fucking life. Who does that kind of shit? Come on. The internet is a big place. If you're triggered about something, you can go on Reddit and shit talk in there. You can go on a forum and shit talk on there. You can have a channel and shit talk on there. You know, that's still freedom of speech. You can do that if you want to shit talk someone. No, I'm not talking about the illegal shit like wishing or threatening someone. I'm not talking about the illegal shit. I'm just talking about shit talking, you know? You can do that. Just don't do that on their page. That's, I don't know. People are young, people are stupid. Signature, I lost my mom to COVID, so Silky Shangela and the rest of those bastards really pissed me off. I lost my uncle. Not because of COVID directly, but because the hospital was understaffed. So it took him almost 2 months to get a diagnosis, and by the time the 2 months came in, it was inoperable. Plain and simple. So, I am pissed. I am pissed. Since I'm in another country, I couldn't even come to say goodbye. You know, I am really pissed. So I know that I am projecting. That's why I'm taking my time about how am I going to manage this situation. Because I know that I'm projecting my issues, but this is how I feel, and I have to deal with the way I feel. So, and I feel like this. I don't know what else I can do about it. I don't know. Kevin, I work in healthcare, so I hate how people didn't take it seriously, especially with people who have a platform is socially irresponsible. You know, it's also disrespectful, you know. If you, apart from all that we have said already, it's also disrespectful to all the people that, you know, give up and have given up so many things in order to try not to spread this shit as much as possible. You know, we've all been stuck at home. We're not able to travel. We have all been separated from our families. We have all been in this shit together, you know? So, disrespectful to everybody else. And what are we, stupids? You know? I don't know. Fantasia, that was a question. Does All-Star 6 come on before Game Night? Oh, I don't know. I don't know when they publish it. I would say it probably at the same time they usually publish Drag Race. So, what is it? 9 p.m. Central? I don't know. It's 3 in the morning where I live. So I would say it's exactly in that, that moment. Aaron, what happened with part 1? At the 2 hours mark, it literally had no sound and cut in and out and couldn't even finish watching? Anyone have any insight on this? You're talking about part 1 of the contract? Well, I'll read the other comments while you can answer. Love the honest commentary. I hope Drag Race can somehow get back to its roots, but I don't know if it will. Well, until this way of doing thing is commercially profitable, I don't think so. Signature note, I'm very candid and honest with my opinion of what we are presented on Drag Race, but I don't at them or attack them personally. I criticize what I'm presented and certain behaviors the queens show. Yeah, I mean, it's a free country. It's not a crime to go on somebody's social media and tell them your performance was shit. After all, you signed for a public show. You knew what you were signing for. But the point here is, considering the situation we are living in and how impactful being on Drag Race actually is. It's not one person. We are literally hundreds of thousands of people who could all at once converge on one person, and that makes it unsustainable. So we should, as much as we possibly can, unrefrain from doing it, because if you can understand this reasoning, you also understand that there are a ton of people who will not get it, and in a way we need to balance them out. This is why I'm saying, if you need to talk shit, do it not on their page. You know, they already go through so much with the contract. Haran, how is everyone? I'm ready for the bed. And ready for the bed. Signature, I'm sorry to hear about your... it's okay. It's okay. I mean, we are at this thing touched so many people that, you know, it's not different. Everybody has a story like that. Like, literally everybody. Aaron, I agree with the commentary. The only thing I about fell off my bed watching was a horror movie fanatic when Gottmik came out wearing a pinhead-inspired Cenobite gown, and I was leaving as well. I loved Hellraiser. I loved it. Everything about it was so good. Like, the first two movies were incredible. Then they fucked up the franchise, but you know, it's one of those cultural things that they are there. They're like, they made history, like A Nightmare on Elm Street. By the way, I will check out, if you were talking about part 1 of the Drag Race contract, I will check it. I will check out what happened, because while we were live, there were moments in which I fucked up a couple of things, like I forgot to open up the microphone of one of the guests. So Phoenix was talking for like 10 minutes, and you guys didn't hear anything because she was talking, but you couldn't hear her. And only later I read and said, oh shit, I forgot to enable the microphone. So she was basically talking to me, but nobody could hear her. So there is that part. That part is there. But during the live stream, nobody told me that there was any kind of problems with the audio. So I'll check it out. I'll check it out. Now, with that said, it's time for me to go to bed. It's 4:30 in the morning. We've been here for almost 6 hours, which is not a record, mind you. The record is currently set at 7 hours something. That's my record live stream. I don't think I'll ever match that, but you never know. What else? I hope to have at least one of those videos out. I wanted to put out 3 before All Stars starts, but considering how late I am, how many different things, I just don't have the time. So I hope to have at least one out. At least one out. Or instead of making a video, I could simply make a commentary without any sort of editing. That would save me a ton of time. So I could do that. That's also an option. So that all depends on how destroyed I am in the next days, because I literally have to catch up with work. Like, doing this Down Under video sucked away so much of my time that I shouldn't have invested in doing it. That was my mistake, but it was too good to pass. I really had to vent. Anyway, I already lost completely my voice. Anyway, I'll see you back on the Discord if you would like to join. There is a link in the description. Usually pretty active in there. I like the format. I like the fact that, you know, you can have a conversation. Of course, you know, it's not perfect, but it's so much better than Reddit, so I'm happy about it. I'm very happy about it. I'm just nitpicking. Let's be honest. Fantasia did really a good job on the Discord. So if you would like to join, there is a link in the description. If you would like to support, there is a link in the description for the Patreon as well. And I hope to have at least one video out before All Stars airs, and then I will see you on Sunday for the chop for All Stars. Thanks everyone for coming. Have a nice week. Take care, and I will see you soon. Good night, guys.